Hello and welcome, everybody. Greetings, wanderers of the realm, seekers of adventures, and wielders of imagination. I am pleased to pronounce. Oh my goodness, pleased to announce a Tale of D20's Magpie Madness, and today we are playing Pasión de los Pasiones. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zendaric, your friendly wizard here. Enchanted to meet you. And I am joined by a wonderful GM and cast here who will introduce themselves shortly. But we have a few announcements before we jump into that. And I cannot wait to tell you that we are not just playing today for fun, but we are on a journey for a noble cause. And we are raising funds for the Trevor Project. It is a truly incredible organization dedicated to supporting LGBTQ youth. And your presence here helps us tell the story and raise funds for kindness, courage, hope, and your donation is just as powerful as any spell we could conjure or any passion we can ignite. So, thank you for being part of this adventure. And if you cannot donate, please share and spread the word as we try and reach our goal of $1,000 by the end of this year. We've raised close to $450, so almost halfway there. Um, Woohoo, right? Um, my fellow wizards, and adventurers, there is more magic to come. And that is because I am proud to announce that we are sponsored by Magpie Games and we have a giveaway. So, at the halfway point of today's session, we will announce this week's winner of a Magpie Core rulebook set. And we will get their information and shoot that over to them. But I'm happy to announce that the madness continues, and you have another chance to win. So type Magpie Madness, 2 words, no other stuff, no exclamation points, no yays. So that way the bot catches you for next week's giveaway. And we are having 2 more chances through this month. Well, to boop, like chopsticks. We were playing that game, chopsticks. 2 more chances to win, and we will be announcing the winners on the following Fridays. So you will get an announcement on the 24th and the 31st of October, Halloween being the last one. So you have more chances to potentially roll that nat 20 for a giveaway. So I know I've just chatted a whole bunch, but let me, all those wonderful announcements and great causes out the explained. Let's pass this over to our wonderful MC Zac, who will introduce himself and us cast and the story.
Hello, friends. My name is Zach Nelson. You can find me at Zachnatius on Instagram, and looking forward to telling this story together. We're going to be venturing into some fun territory here, telling a really dramatic story of some characters with big feelings and poor impulse control. We look forward to having you join us and appreciate your time.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ray Lundquist, Raven on Instagram, and I am playing the LaDonya character, Corazon, today. And yeah, looking forward to it.
I'll go. Hi, I'm Sam. All my social media is private, so good luck. Nice try. I'll be playing Jacinta, the employee today.
Awesome. And hi, everyone. It's Omar here, aka Tailweaver. You can find me here at Atil D20s, of course. And also, I finally settled on my own handle name. It's Tailweaver Omar. So you can find me at Tailweaver Omar. That was the one that was not taken everywhere on social media. And I am playing El Vividor. I am playing Rick Sanchez.
And I am playing Rafael Lobo, the Al Caballero, the gentleman. And I'm on socials as Zendark or OMG It's Travi. I have not unified, so search me out and find me.
Fabulous. So, you've met our players. Let's tell you a little bit about what you're getting into. The pitch is that you are watching a arc finale of one of the most popular telenovelas out there, Mansion de los Muertos. It is a supernatural setting, much like the Addams Family, of uh, weirdos in a house that is full of weird people, weird situations, and they're just living their best lives, looking for love, looking for family, looking for control, revenge. It's really exciting. We've got and recently the charming if eccentric owner Antonio Escalante was found dead in a sacrificial circle. One of our characters, in fact, found a silver sickle on the scene of the crime, which has since disappeared after being handed off to Jacinta. So we will be seeing what happens here. The who will control the mansion? Will the characters find love? Will there be oh well, not will there be betrayals, but who's going to get stabbed in the back and when? And then will they begin to kiss afterwards? We're going to find out together right after this. Yeah, I will be trying to populate our scenes with some of the NPCs that we've established, and but mostly the focus is going to be on y'all, especially when it comes to the credits. So it's going to be like zooming past, the sexy brooding vampire with knitting needles, and two ghosts coming out of a wall, wailing dramatically and then stabbing themselves. Feel free to insert yourselves wherever feels dramatically appropriate. So.
Gotcha.
Got it.
And then the zoom into the the camera of our reporter Ignacio Ibarra like throwing money everywhere. Antonio Escalante like throwing the door open with a dramatic welcome, and Justicia Santina de la Nacta appearing in a flash of brimstone. These are all probably things that I'm going to be using and setting different scenes through the mansion. It'll be like quick flashes, looking for like 2 to 3 sentences of you describing your character in that scene. So, everyone comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Fabulous. All right, let's get this improv going.
All right, so we will roll the intro one more time. And we're back.
All right.
All right. Well, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so our scene opens with a push into an old CRTV. We see the title pop up, Mansion de los Muertos, in beautiful flowing script with one live rose on the top left and one dead one on the bottom right. The camera pushes past the letters, and we see in dramatic black and white a sprawling mansion. 2 ghosts fly out of the top window, one screaming horrifically as she falls to her death, the second one clapping a face to his hand, saying, "What have I done?" and falling backwards dramatically. We then push into the window with the ghosts, revealing a sumptuous bedchamber. It populated no longer by ghosts, but by living people. We see a man with a roguish look in his eyes, a touch of silver in his hair, and a gleam of blood at the corner of his mouth as he begins knitting a fresh scarf. Who else do we see in this scene? Remember, this is your credits.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say we see just a picture of Corazon slowly but very gracefully coming down the grand staircase, looking down onto the foyer with her hand with immaculate stiletto nails curling around the railing, and just this like smolder like directly towards the camera, asserting herself above and in a position of authority. So.
Perfect. The camera spins down a spiral staircase, pulling away from Corazon, and goes over the shoulder of a man with an indubitable zest for life, and with a dagger clutched between his teeth as he hurls another at a doorway, which opens at the last second, and we see Jacinta duck as the dagger goes just above her head.
Perfect. Just clutching at her chest dramatically.
Yes. And Jacinta, were you there to take something out, take something in?
I'm carrying a serving tray. I clutch my chest dramatically. I drop not a single drink.
Beautiful. Antonio says, "Ole!" And we push past Jacinta into a dining room, dark, dreary, with a single spear of sunlight coming in through the edge. There at the corner, we see a woman with two curling horns coming out of her head, with a stack of paper and a dramatic quill pen that she is pushing forward. Who is across the table?
You see Rafael Lobo sort of rolling up his sleeves and pricking his finger and using his blood to sign the deed, or sign the paperwork with her, and his face and his gesture look at her like they're making a good deal, and that it is like a wolf on the prowl.
Oh, beautiful. The music swells into a almost rhythmic kind of beat, blood pumping faster and faster in your heart as we approach the end of the credits. We see a flash of cameras as a woman in a red dress with flowers in her hair is taking pictures of the party occurring just past where we saw the signing happening. The rich, the famous, the sinful have all gathered here, and she's going to get in all the details. We see a man in a teal suit flashing money and laughing charmingly as he attempts to befriend the entertainer in the room.
Yes, and you see moving around the party just with a rhythm in his hips. You see moving Ricky around Sanchez, going up to the people who are flashing money, a rhythm, and putting on a very elaborate performance full of sensual movements and almost like a kind of like a belly dancer kind of sense, where he wears very alluring clothes. So it's quite a spectacle and marvel as he picks up tips, moving away around the ballroom. And then as he does that, you see him move his way towards one of the side kind of corners, peeking around and maybe being nosy and investigating what's happening being signed behind closed doors.
Beautiful. And the camera pulls back out, flying through yet another window in this magnificent haunted mansion, and we see the same shot from the opening. And then there's a sudden flash, and the house is on fire, burning, but just for a second. And then we cut back to the end of the credits, and we are going into our last time on as a man with an impeccable accent, which I will not attempt, begins to summarize all of the things that they wish for you to remember from previously on Mansion de los Muertos. We will begin with Corazon. What have you chosen for your last time on in this show? Ray, you're muted.
Sorry, I was trying to make sure my background noise wasn't talking over you. I'm so sorry. Okay, but you can, yeah. Sorry, trying to remember what I had written down. So last time was the just making sure I have my notes right and consistent. This is right after the fire, correct?
Right. So what we just described was the credits of the show. So we are now in, the familiar theme music has now faded out, and just like at the beginning of your favorite telenovela, or perhaps Avatar: The Last Airbender, we hear a dramatic voice say, "Previously on Mansion de los Muertos," and we get like a little montage of what your character has been up to. I believe the one you chose was you manipulated your name onto a lease, contract, or deed. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So the with the husband having recently expired,
Yes.
and we're sorry,
Antonio Escalante. Yes, your dearly departed.
my dear Antonio.
Whatever his name
Yes.
was.
Or whatever, So previously on we cut to Corazon with Santina, I believe is our lawyer's name, who is contract author.
Yes, Justicia. Justicia is her name. Justicia Santina. Yes, correct.
Verifying that the documents pertaining to the ownership of the mansion are favorable to Corazon. That may not necessarily be. I mean, it's pretty obvious what it's supposed to be, but you don't have.
Yes, we see Justicia lean forward over the desk, exposing her ample bosom in a well-tailored suit, and she leans forward towards you and she says, "You're asking much of me, but for those who ask dare greatly, great things may be accomplished." And she pushes the contract towards you to sign.
Yes. And perhaps we cut to whether or not we don't actually see whether or not it gets signed.
Yeah. Certainly your name is on the deed now. You have managed that much. How you will pay for it is what we may see coming forward. Jacinta, I believe you are next. Or perhaps it would be better to actually cut to Ricky to give you what you're doing some context.
Oh, yes, actually, I would actually like to go next because I would like to have perhaps if he would not mind, with your consent, Raphael, use my last time on specifically that says you were confronted about making something of yourself, and we would have a heated conversation. Raphael.
I like this. This might be the opportunity for our very first roll, even. Let's see how this goes.
How do you feel about that?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Where
So,
do you want me to have confronted you? Right after one of your shows?
yeah, exactly. And and like to push upon one of the relationships that we have that specifically says, for you, I knew you when you used to be in trouble, and they've seen your harder side, and I'll be calling upon those fairy war days.
Oh, yes.
But I would like to role play through that.
Fabulous. And just to clarify for both our players and those watching, this doesn't have to necessarily be something that happened in the very last episode. It can be something that the director is like, remember that thing we were setting up 3 episodes ago? This is the time to have it pay off. Time is very fluid in this. So
I love that. So it's like last time. You see oiled up and shirtless with a cowboy hat on only, and like the frills of the cowboy boots and pants. He stormed through after putting on a show for the upper class at this house. He comes out and he looks over at Raphael and just has his head down and just not again kind of. Actually, he just goes and says, "Not again right now. I don't have time."
Oh, must be difficult counting all those tens and hundreds. I thought you were gonna actually do something, not just dance for all these rich folks. You had something going for you.
Well, listen, I'm sorry that I wasn't born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Surprised it didn't burn your tongue. You remember the days when we were working in the fairy wars, fighting the good fight? Or now that you're all uppity and wearing your suits, you think you're better than me?
How? I'm gonna walk up to him and push him. How dare you? You have the audacity to say that I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth? You saw them fairy slums we were fighting in. You knew where I came from. I fucking can afford these suits because I became something. I thought you were too.
I think we actually need a role for this here. Now, maybe. Do you feel like you have just struck out at someone with your voice or violence?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, here's the fun thing about Pasión de las Pasiones. In every single time that we are making a move, we will roll 2 regular 6-sided dice, and we will add every single question that you can answer with a yes. When you strike out with voice or violence, here are your questions. Have you just caught them off guard? Rand,
I say yes.
Does Randy Sanchez agree?
Randy surely does.
All right.
Yes.
Have they just wronged you?
No.
No, you're feeling a little defensive, but you're not feeling fully wronged. Okay. And then finally, what is your playbook question that is asked every single time that you do anything?
Are you handling things straightforwardly and without guile? Yes.
All right. So you're going to roll 2d6 and add 2. The number on a 6 or less, this ain't gonna go so well. On a 7 to 9, you get some of what you want, some of what you don't, and on a 10 plus, that's the best possible outcome for you.
5 on the dice plus 2 is 7.
Oh, all right, we get a mixed success, which, if you played a lot of Pasión de las Pasiones or any other Powered by the Apocalypse game, that's where the meat of this game is, in the mixed successes. So, on a hit, your strike lands. You each mark a condition. There is no health in this game. There's only how upset you are. So, Randy, what condition are you marking as a result of being reminded of your days in the fairy wars and being pushed back on this way by a close friend?
You mean Ricky?
Oh, sorry. My bad.
I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at the wrong place. My bad. Yes, Ricky.
He's actually playing the twin.
We have a new Gamello.
Yes, we do.
El Gamello strikes again. Yes, Ricky. Your conditions are defensive, lustful, righteous, and scathing. In the moment here, what do you become?
I'll say I'm defensive and I act out definitely. I'm saying I'm feeling really defensive right now.
That totally makes sense. So you're now going to get a bonus to act desperately move, and a negative to strike out with voice or violence, because you're now on the defensive instead of being more aggressive with other people. Perfect choice. And Raphael, you didn't get a 10+, so you also have to mark a condition.
Yeah. My conditions are condemning, cornered, vicious, and driven.
Okay.
And in this moment, it feels very condemning.
I would usually ask you all to describe how this condition is manifesting, but both of those fit this so well, I don't think we need anything else here. Perfect. All right, so back to the action here. So we've now got two people that have cut each other deeply. We've got, we see the glistening oil on Raphael's hands from where he pushed Ricky away. We see it begins to drip down, and just for a moment the light catches it, and it's no longer clear oil, it's blue fairy blood. I think that's. Did you get? I feel like that might be a good spot for last time on. But
oh yeah, no, 100. That's
fabulous.
I could take it from there. So as I look at we have this sort of impasse, and I just walk away, and I turn around and look at my hands and see the clear, but then it fades to the fairy blood, and I gotta go wash them off, and I'm in the bathroom washing my hands, and I pull out my kerchief and I start drying them off. But as I pull out my kerchief, a letter falls out of my pocket, and my last time is, you uncovered a letter that ties me deeply to someone, and this letter that was given to me, or that I uncovered in the mansion, ties me deeply. I'm actually the illegitimate son of Fernando Castillo.
The vampire? Oh, no.
I think so.
The werewolf? So we have a vampire werewolf? Oh,
or am I thinking of the wrong NPC? No, I want it to be...
the owner of the house, right?
The owner of the house,
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
Where is he? He's not on our NPC list. Where is he?
He's second column.
Yeah, you gotta scroll.
Oh, duh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, Antonio. No. Yeah. Sorry. Illegitimate.
I was like, wow, what a twist.
What an twist. No, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it for it to be that much of a twist.
I mean,
And that's why I got excited.
Yeah.
So,
I was like,
I
this
think that
changes
there was-
everything.
okay, so what we just saw here was clearly a little slip into the fanfic universe where the letter said, previously on, it was clear that it was a confession letter written by someone with a masculine hand, and it cut away before the bottom previously, and so there have been fans that are convinced that your father was Fernando Castillo, and then the shot comes down as the letter falls open in front of you here, and we see that it is in fact Antonio Escalante instead, and there is a scream of rage of part of the fan and vindication from the rest.
The hashtag Papa Castillo on Twitter has gone insane.
Yes.
They were ready. They were ready for the reveal.
100%.
Fabulous.
All the Underworld fans are like, they want their werewolf vampire hybrid. God damn it!
Yes. They're like, it's gonna happen one way or another. We're gonna make it.
We have a shipper on the inside.
Yes.
So, tell me a little bit about this letter. It says that, obviously, this is elaborate. overtly elaborate, the most dramatic way possible. There are dried tear stains on the letter from Antonio as he says, "My boy, I cannot keep my secrets inside any longer. They are eating me up. And I know that soon, if I do not release them, they will kill me. I must tell you how passionately I loved your mother." And there's several paragraphs in which he goes into uncomfortable detail on this. And but now you know the truth. You are my son, and I hope that you will come to my mansion, and I can reveal you as one of my many children.
And now it makes sense to why during the flashback I was signing in blood with what's her name?
Justicia
Was that your
Santina.
paternity test?
yeah. That was what you call it? The demonic notary.
You're 23 and me,
Yes.
yeah.
You weren't actually signing, it was just like a bloody
It was
thumbprint.
the blood test. Yeah.
Yes, just after you put your thumb down on the contract, she's like, we haven't finished yet. And she took your hand and gently sucked your thumb and then swished the blood around in her mouth for a minute and was like, yes, the flavor of Antonio is strong.
And the contract, I sign it as Rafael Lobo Escalante.
Oh.
And that's how it sort of pays the bands away.
Amazing. Oh, I'm certain your father will be just fine with you. The leader of the werewolf pack will be just fine with this, and there will be no repercussions whatsoever. All right, and finally we have Jacinta, our humble, in over her head, very innocent, and certainly never done anything wrong.
In her whole
character.
life, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. What I picked for my last on was I hid something where it will hopefully be safe. So I think I would like the flashback to cut to getting Ricky's bag ready for him to get ready to go, like I always do. Make sure I pack his bag all neat so he's ready at the end of the show. And I move something aside, and I see the sickle.
Ah, yes,
And
the silver sickle that we saw Ricky find right next to the murdered corpse of Antonio.
And I think we hear her internal monologue, and she goes, "Well, Ricky can't be involved with this. This must be a mistake. I'll have to protect him."
Oh!
And a flash of recognition in her eyes when she sees the sickle, and she goes, "I knew it would be you." And she wraps it up in a pair of Ricky's underwear that is in there to conceal it and tuck it under her arm.
Oh my!
And
I think
she
I see what
finds
you're
one of
doing
the
here.
very big ornate mirrors in the main room and presses underneath a small recession so the mirror swings out, and she hides it up in the brickwork behind the mirror and closes it and then pretends to be polishing the mirror.
Amazing.
As she's staring at her own like shocked reflection in the mirror, it'll be fine, we're all safe now.
I have to ask, are you perhaps dropping one of your existing suitors and replacing them with Ricky in this moment?
I think that's probably a good idea. Given the
Fabulous.
practicality of who my two suitors are.
Very good. All right.
Yeah.
So we see in the background, a wind blows through the window, and a portrait of Julian, the beautiful man who has been pursuing you over the last half a season, falls to the ground and shatters.
But Ricky needs me.
Exactly. Yes. And when last we saw Julian, they had been called away to a prestigious drag show, and were as a judge and perhaps a participant for the how to properly style your hair segment. And the last we saw of them was receiving a text saying, "Antonio is dead. His funeral is tomorrow," and they just
Red,
tossed it to the side.
2:49 p.m.
Yes. Now,
Oh
Jacinta,
my god, yes.
Yeah,
I
he
think-
leaves us on red for sure.
Yes.
Jacinta, I believe you've actually triggered another move here when you were talking about how you need to protect Ricky. The move in this case would be process your feelings out loud. When you process your feelings out loud, ask each member of the audience if they are rooting for you. And because we are streaming this on Twitch today, if we have any members that would like to weigh in here, are you rooting for Jacinta in this moment? And also, anyone who's not in this scene, and I'm going to say Ricky is in this case. So, I need not Corazon and Raphael, but I need Travis and Ray to tell me in this moment, as audience members, would you be rooting for Jacinta? Like, are you tied up in the Julian romance? Are you disappointed to see that go? Or are you excited about protecting Ricky?
I am excited. I want to see when she opened the latch and swung the mirror and was
That
like,
was good
we're
stuff.
just gonna tuck this away here.
Pack it up.
I was like, bitch.
Yeah, no. Honestly, like, I feel like as an audience member, I would absolutely be rooting for Ricky's happiness and safety. So, I feel like I would be like, yes, Jacinta, go!
Working
Yes,
class
yeah,
solidarity. That's what I'm talking
Yes.
about.
Working class.
Solidarity. Yeah, no, I love the fact that I am role playing like what I hate. I love it so much.
All right, God's NV says that they are here to protect Ricky. So that's a +1 from the chat. Sounds like a +1 from Travis. Ray, what are you feeling?
Oh, am I still on? I thought I was saying something. I am
I
100%.
heard you.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I was juggling too many things at once.
no, that's totally fair. Yes, Ray, the audience member, is absolutely pro protect Ricky. Hashtag.
Okay,
Yeah.
fabulous.
Yeah, we all jumped on that.
Fabulous.
I mean,
All
who
right.
wouldn't?
Sam, can I get you to roll 2d6 and add +3 to it?
Yes. That's an 11.
Fabulous. You have now given the audience another problem to solve. So, on a hit, which you got, choose 1, and you get a +1 to anything you do to pursue this information. Would you like the audience to reveal a crucial event going on outside of you? Would you like them to tell you how you might find love with a partner of their choosing? Or would you like the audience to tell you how to get blank to blank and you fill in those blanks? I love that we've got roles in the flashbacks. This is great.
Yeah. I think I want the audience to reveal a crucial event going on outside of you. Because I would love for you guys to pick why I recognize this side. Like, whose
Interesting.
is it? Or
And-
whatever you guys want, but I think that would be cool.
As a result of you getting a 10+, the scene that is following will be you following that information. So keep that in mind, audience. So, does anyone have any ideas on why Jacinta might be doing this? How does she recognize this sickle?
Maybe it has a really distinct seal or sort of like emblem or like etching that identifies it as the owners, essentially, or like, you know, what family it belongs to. Maybe not necessarily like the individual, but like some kind of affiliation.
It has
So,
like the Escalante family seal on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe there's Project Family Seal on it, or
Oh yeah.
interesting. So I'd say the organizations in play right now that we know of are the Lobo Werewolf Mafia, the
Mhm.
Escalante family who owns the mansion. We've got Nacio Abara, the real estate developer, who is attempting to buy the mansion, and I think, and I suppose there could be someone else, but those are probably the three main ones that would be likely to pop up here.
The
I
three
feel
main
like, at least for like Jacinta's motivation, it would be yes to protect Ricky, but also very much either to protect the person whose side this is, or to use it as leverage, or both. I can do both.
Where in the mansion is this hidden mirror safe?
In like the foyer, I was thinking.
In the
like,
foyer?
So like you probably know where it is.
This was also the dagger that was found next to the body, right? The one that killed him, or
Mhm.
assumed to kill him. I think it would be more leverage if it was not the Escalante, if it was either the Wolves or the other dude, what's his name?
Ibarra?
Nacio Abara.
Arabara. Yeah, I think it would be cooler if it was Nacio Abara's, like clearly tied to him or his family, because then you'd have that leverage against him.
And maybe I could use that to get in good with my boss.
And that's to get
Who
into good
hates that guy?
Because you want Ricky to like be saved and like have him have it. So
Juicy.
And
All right.
that would work, because as much as Koto-san is like annoyed by Jacinta's existence, she hates.
I'm not the real enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The enemy of my enemy is acceptable for the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe finally we'll stop putting two bad bitches up against each other. Finally.
Over this toxic femininity, it's over for these hoes.
Yeah.
Fabulous. So what I'm going to suggest then is that the next scene be set at the funeral of Antonio Escalante, which is being attended by all of our characters, and of course Nacio Ibarra. So all of this is the previously on. We've now got wonderful stuff in play. We've got the fallout of the Fairy War. We've got the reveal of Raphael as an Escalante. We've got a murder weapon connected to Nacio Ibarra, and we've got oh crap, and we have Corazon's name on the deed of the house. So we've got at least two strong claims for who could have the mansion at this point, and a lead on who might be to blame for Nacio's for Antonio's death. So we cut into our opening scene of the show after we've given all of this background to whet your appetite and remind you of what's at stake. And we see Fernando Castillo standing at the front of the chapel, I suppose, wearing a scarf that is beautifully knit and approaching 10 feet long, as he has wrapped it around his neck several times. It's got gravestones, it's got flowers, it has little tiny birds. It is clearly his latest obsession that he has been working on. And he steps forward and he says, Ray, you're still muted.
Sorry, I keep trying to do that. Is the funeral at night, or does he have like this massive like UV protective umbrella during the day?
I'm holding a parasol over him.
Oh, okay.
Amazing.
Okay, no, you all right? You're allowed to be here because you're working, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
That's how I got in.
oh, are we more interested
Oh.
in setting this at the graveside or at the memorial service?
Oh, you mentioned like at a chapel or something, so I assumed like I just if he's out of the house, he's a vampire. So is there
Fabulous.
daylight?
Okay, I do love the idea of he's got like the scarf wrapped in several layers around his throat. There's still like a little sexy triangle underneath because he's got standards. And it's smoking slightly from before you got the parasol in place. But yes, he says, I have come here to remember a friend of long acquaintance, a fellow man of passion and drive, of verve, who knew how to throw himself deeply into the pleasures and the sorrows of life and of on death. I remember him fondly, and I swear that I shall not rest until his murderer is found and brought to justice. It could have been you! It could have been you! It could even have been you! And he turns and he looks directly into your eyes, Jacinta.
I almost dropped the parasol, just like, oh.
And yes. So why don't you... we have my furry minion appearing here now. Excellent. And it is, of course, as is appropriate for a funeral, a cloudy day. There, like as he accuses you, Jacinta, lightning flashes in the distance and the thunder rolls in.
Good, we had the traditional accusing part of the funeral.
Yes.
Excellent, good.
Nacio is seated 3 rows back, directly behind Corazon, and is consoling one of the a young woman who is entirely see-through next to him as he sort of awkwardly pats and his hand comes away wet with ectoplasm. And he says, there, Rosita. I know that funerals are somewhat triggering to you, but Julio is still alive at this time of day in your story? And then in the distance we hear shattering glass and Julio falls out of a window and Rosita begins just breaking down into tears. And then pulls out a ghastly vial of poison, throws it back, and disappears. So why don't we hear... So Jacinta has just been possibly accused of murdering Antonio. Corazon, why don't you describe for us the fabulous outfit that you're wearing at this funeral and how you're responding to this accusation?
Oh, Corazon is 100% holding a straight face the whole time, no flinching. She's used to people trying to pinpoint things on her and stomping them all down. And she's doing it fabulously in this very like slinky, tight, form-fitting, black floor-length slip dress and a dramatic veil that like kind of covers because she has like a very like low cut, a lot of exposure, but it's veiled, so it's still modest and acceptable. And she's just almost like she's not flinching, and she's like being so straight faced. You're like, oh no, she's absolutely reacting, but she's just looking very poised in react. Like
I can't help but notice that you chose Jacinta as someone who has, in your opinion, wronged you. Is this maybe something you set up here? This accusation?
I mean, if it gets the heat off of me, then
Amazing. Okay.
yeah, I'm sorry, whose husband is dead right now? Because it's not yours, okay?
Your first husband.
Yes, her first husband. Yep.
And your wife number what? 6?
So,
It's hard to keep track after a while.
why don't you give us a little scene, Corazon, of you and Fernando,
Mhm. Okay.
and as we flash back to a time when you made preparations. So your questions are you keeping your hands clean?
Mhm.
And did you have plenty of time to do this? And did you have someone looking out for trouble as you were scheming against Jacinta to have this accusation happen at your husband's funeral?
Oh. So I was actually hoping to circle back to this in some way. Is it possible, because Sam, you said that that the mirror was in the foyer, and Corazon's opening credit scene is her on the stairs in the foyer, like that's her like command zone kind of thing. Would she possibly have seen Jacinta hiding something in the mirror?
Definitely possible. So, in that case, I think you might, ooh, wow. You might actually be revealing a shocking truth here. That Jacinta, like, is hiding evidence here, and that clearly means that she's guilty.
I also hid them in Ricky's underpants, so you might feel some
did.
sort of way about that.
I mean, Corazon feels very. Oh, that would be so good for the fandom because of the last season ending.
Yeah.
Because, okay, so it's one thing if, like, Jacinta is trying to get in on, like, my recently deceased husband's. Like, okay, he's kind of scummy anyway. We kind of have a business relationship, whatever. However, there is a sense of toxic possessionness because of Ricky's feelings from the end of the last season still lingering.
And the idea that I could have been scheming with him.
Amazing.
Yes.
Okay, Corazon, I need you to roll with the conditions you currently have marked, and then mark a condition as you reveal a shocking truth about Jacinta.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Currently, you have no conditions marked, so you're just rolling flat. And this, so go ahead and roll 2d6 and tell me what you get.
Okay, 2d6. Ah, oops. Steak on the table.
Clearly, this is going well for Corazon.
This is going fantastic for me. Thank you. 1, 5, so 6 plus nothing.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I need you to mark a condition, first off, please.
Okay.
Righteous, chiding, ruminative, or cautious. And, see, if you had succeeded, this would have been staggering news, and before acting against you, Jacinta would have had to act with desperation. Because you missed, this comes across as a bit of a ploy. People are now beginning to murmur and ask, what is going on? Why would he accuse Jacinta? She's standing right there with the parasol over him. And
now sobbing.
And now sobbing.
Look at that vampire taking advantage of this poor, helpless girl. You are now going, and people are starting to look back at the presumptive heir to the house who is wearing a frankly unbecoming dress. As the wind blows the veil to the side. Very symbolic. And you are now going to have to act with desperation before you act against Jacinta again.
Okay.
And
okay. So I think the condition would be this is a thing that did happen, like objectively, like everybody knows that something did get hidden, but like just the delivery is awful. So I feel like righteous would be the correct, like the most fitting.
Excellent.
Because if I'm having trouble convincing people, I feel like the -2 to manipulate would be the appropriate response.
Raphael, a innocent has just been accused in your presence. What are you going to do about that?
Yeah, so Raphael is going over, sort of storming up, and you can see him beelining it towards Jacinta, Corazon, and Fernando, and he grabs the parasol from Jacinta and pulls her close and says to Corazon, "Haven't you done enough? This is a day of mourning, and yet you still find ways to trouble this family. You best," and then he turns to Fernando, "and he's going to roll in his casket if you continue to stir the pot as you are."
Oh, dang!
We have news to discuss, and things need to be matters need to be settled. Where is Justicia, and where is the priest?
Oh, amazing. Fernando hisses back at you. He's clearly cowed in this moment here as your fingers whiten around the handle of the umbrella and a single spear of sunlight comes through the clouds to illuminate them.
I like pull the parasol back away from him as Jacinta was holding it, as I say my line.
This forces him to step up closer next to you, and he's standing like right in your face, and he says, "There are things happening here you do not understand, and only you and Jacinta can hear him." And he says, "Give me the umbrella and I'll walk away."
Things I don't understand. That's because you're lying.
Oh, fabulous. Well, that is as clear of a trigger of accusing someone of lying to their face as I've ever heard.
And I'm condemning right now, so I get a +1 to accusing someone of lying.
Amazing. Are you acting these straightforwardly and without guile?
Yes.
He just offered you a chance to walk away and cover things up, and you slapped him in the face, metaphorically.
I said absolutely not.
Standing between these two men.
Yes. So I would say, yeah, I am.
So that's a yes to your playbook question. Do you have an audience at this funeral?
Yes.
I think just to Ricky, we haven't heard from you yet. Why don't we, to establish that there's an audience, why don't we cut to your reaction here as we're seeing this?
Rick is shocked and just looking at this. It's just like, I can't believe it. Like they're talking about the weapon that I found, but how?
Yeah, they are talking about that weapon you found. That's a little weird, isn't it?
And Jacinta didn't tell me that she found it. So I'm sweating, really sweating.
Yes, you sweat beautifully. We just see like a single drop like fall off of the corner of your chin and just trickle its way down your chest.
I have an important question. Is Ricky wearing a shirt under his uniform in general?
No, Ricky's not wearing a shirt.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay,
it's important for the visual.
Very important. Totally fair.
The camera follows the sweat drop down over the six-pack and then cuts away. And then we cut back to Raphael. Do you have evidence of your accusation that Santino is lying? Fernando. I don't think you do.
I don't think so. No.
You're just very righteous right now. That's still a +3. Go ahead and roll with a +3 on accusing someone of lying, please.
Okay, this one fucked me last time. Give me this one.
Yep. Change out the dice. Jail the other one as a warning to the others.
Oh man, not good. I got 5 on the dice. +3 is 8.
That's an
So,
8. That's
That's
still a
good.
success. That's still a success. On a 7 to 9, you pick one from this list. You are right, despite what the audience has already seen. He's lying. They admit their falsehood or must mark a condition, their choice, or they're surprised, scared, or flustered, and they must act with desperation before they can act against you.
I get to
All
choose. So
tempting.
I feel like he's already acting a little surprised and flustered. So I want to choose you're right, despite what the audience has seen.
Oh, okay. So you said he's lying. He's absolutely lying. So, but you can't prove it, and you can't get him to admit it. He's going. So, and he is able to act against you still. So what
I
he's going to, yes.
The just for clarity's sake, the he's
Uh-huh.
lying was like I just felt like I don't know. I
Mhm.
feel like Corazon, like him and Corazon were like hurt, like pinpointing Jacinta, and like it's this. We're supposed to be
Mhm.
upset that they're dying, and he's mad. So I'm just like striking out, and I'm like, "You're a liar!" Like
Fabulous.
even if I don't have evidence, like totally, like
Who needs
you,
evidence?
fuck you, you're a liar, you're a liar, and it just so happens that I'm right, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, he steps forward and he backheads you across the face, and he says, "Whelp, you don't know what you're dealing with." And so he is going. The entire audience gasps as there is now a werewolf and a vampire coming to blows at a funeral.
Can I step in?
100%.
I dropped the parasol in that exchange.
Amazing. Yes.
And
All right, I'm going
I-
to count that as him marking a condition, and you will also mark a condition here, unless Jacinta does something to defend you here, which is what it sounds like you're doing.
I'm gonna step
Perhaps.
forward, like she's got like big fat tears, like mascara running down her cheeks, and she's just like, "Stop it! This is supposed to be in honor of our patron, and you are dishonoring him right now by accusing people and by fighting. I don't know what's gotten into you, Raphael, and I don't know what's gotten into you, Fernando. We're all supposed to be adults here together."
Yep. Fabulous, fabulous. Fernando is slightly sizzling as he
I'm gonna hold
is
the parasol over him, like chest heaving, like, and I'm gonna and a hand on Raphael's chest.
Amazing. Are you demanding what you deserve?
Gosh, let me think.
Or are you manipulating the social superior?
Hmm.
Or is this just we're rolling with the scene right now? Because
Do
I
I
feel like
also mark a condition, or what do I do
yes.
for...
Go ahead and mark a condition for me and tell me what it is, as you've been backhanded by one of those filthy bloodsuckers, even if this one does claim to be on the wagon.
So he backhands me, and I like spin and turn, drop the parasol, and
Yes.
Jacinta makes her statement, and she's like, "Stop, stop!" And in that whole time of her making her moves, you don't see Raphael's face. The camera turns, and it's like his face. He's starting to morph. And,
Oh, yeah.
I'm marking the vicious.
Yeah.
The vicious condition, and you can see with these tears in her eyes that he is starting to morph, and if Jacinta or someone doesn't do something, Raphael is going to his his thugs coming out.
Hell yeah.
I think I know what I'm gonna do then.
Ricky probably sees.
Let's cut to Ricky right quick and then to Jacinta here.
Ricky sees this and is getting kind of excited, seeing that that's the wolf that I saw before.
Yes.
And is going to. Oh man, I was jumping back and forth. He's going to instigate or kind of or calm it down. I think.
Can I offer a fun moment?
Oh sure.
Do you want to start like walking over and then I like interrupt, like you're going to like come try to help and have like a moment of like camaraderie with Raphael, and I get in the way.
Actually, yes, I want to play with something. Yes. So
Okay,
I
okay,
come over.
go ahead.
You go ahead and look, and Ricky walks up there, the sun beaming down, glistening off of the hot sweat that's going down his bare chest. He walks up looking like he wants to throw fists with his friend, his comrade, back in the fairy wars, and then stepping all of a sudden as he walks up there getting ready, flexing his muscles, Santa jumps in the way of him.
Oh, yes. The lawyer? Santina?
No, me.
No,
No,
Oh,
Jacinta.
Jacinta. Okay, that makes
not
sense. Yes.
Santina, no.
So Jacinta, you've now thrown yourself for the second time. Well, last time you were sort of pushed between two people about to come to blows. Now you've thrown yourself between two.
I think I'm going to shove the parasol at Fernando and be like, "Here, take it." And then I'm gonna place my hands on either side, on Raphael's shoulders, and be like, "Are you okay? Take a deep breath. It's time to calm down." And like a hand on his like morphing face,
Oh,
and use this as the suitor's move.
oh,
Of,
yes.
like, you know,
Uh-huh.
strengthening the relationship, like having a moment of intimacy of like, "Hey, this isn't the time or the place. He wouldn't have wanted this."
So right now you are declaring Raphael as your love over
Right
Ricky.
in front of Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Which is why I was like, "You should come up."
Amazing.
Oh my god!
We're on the same page. We're on the same page. Yes.
Yeah,
keep
same
going
page,
with
same
that.
page. Yeah.
Loving it, yeah. Mhm,
So
mhm.
that is going
I
to give
was-
you a. That's
I was
beautiful.
not. I was shocked.
That is beautiful. Jacinta, I think what you're doing here, your suitors, when you act to strengthen the relationship, it gives you a +1 to whatever you're doing. I think actually what you're doing here is acting with desperation. What is the situation you don't want to have happen?
I don't want there to be a fight at the funeral.
Fabulous. What is your playbook question?
It is. Are you in over your head?
I think we can definitively answer
Yeah.
that with a yes.
If I'm playing this game right, the answer should
Yeah.
always be yes.
I mean, yeah. Okay. Are you doing this for love?
Yes.
In this moment, if you're switching to me, I would think yeah.
Yeah.
As
You're
a
strengthening the
spectator.
relationship. Yes. And are you doing this for vengeance? I don't think you are.
I don't think I am. I
But
don't think it's vengeance related.
But because you are acting to strengthen the relationship, that is another +1. So you get to roll with a +3 to act with
Yay.
desperation and avoid a fight at the wedding.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Here we
This
go.
is the funeral. The wedding's.
Oh, right. Sorry. That's going to be the end of the episode.
We're having a wedding and funeral, but
Yeah. 11.
Fabulous. You hold it together and avoid further complications. Ricky, you step up and you see Jacinta turn away from you towards Raphael, this beautiful man that you have this deep connection with, and she caresses his face, and the hair pulls back into that well-trimmed beard that you know so well, and the snout turns back into that nose that you hate, as you've seen what he could have been, what he could have done, and he turns away from it for this woman. What do you do?
Oh my goodness. So, Jacinta also happens to be someone who I have feelings for, as we had revealed last time. So I am
Mhm.
saying this, and Ricky Sanchez is conflicted.
Mm.
I need to prove to Jacinta that I love her, but to do that, I gotta let it go. I gotta show her that I'll let her, if that's what makes her happy. And I
Ooh.
dramatically turn away, facing towards the vampire priest, and I'm going to say, she wants it to calm down. Then that's what she wants.
Amazing.
And then I would like to use my the basic move, manipulate superior, because this is like a grand vampire who's mad and that just whipped him. I want to calm the situation and show that I'm on her side, even though deep down I am brokenhearted at seeing her.
Yes, 100%.
I would manipulate superior. So the questions here are: have you caught them a good mood? I don't think so. He mad. He just backslapped. So no. Does your well-being directly affect theirs? No, it don't. You don't care about me. I'm just a fairy.
I gotta ask, what is your current question? Because usually is this going to be fun?
Yes, but currently it's not. Is it going to be fun? It is. Let me just go to here. My question is: prove to her that I love her.
Mm-hmm. Are you steadfastly following your secret heart to prove you love Jacinta in this moment?
Yes.
100%. All right. Then you get a +1 to this roll. Let's just double check your conditions. Yep. Neither of them apply to manipulate a superior. Go ahead and roll with a +1 to get Fernando to bring an end to this. Like there's not a fight gonna break out due to Jacinta, but you're backing her play even if it's breaking your heart, your well-muscled heart.
As my pecs flex a little bit, bounce off the wind as I look over dramatically at the vampire priest, and I rolled a 9 + 1 is 10.
Oh yeah.
And I look over at him and say, "Sorry, Your Eminence. Please, just emotions are high right now. Someone important just died. Just calm down. Let's just get on with the service."
He adjusts his homemade shawl. Is holding the black parasol that Jacinta has abandoned, and says, "Yes. As you say, you are a man of wisdom, Mr. Sanchez. And in fact, I think what you've done here, by pushing him away from like this bloodlust and violence, is you have in fact gained control of Fernando Castillo by significantly supporting his resolution to not feed on humans, which I'm going to count Raphael as for the purpose of this move. That means that now you have the ability to ask Fernando to hypnotize an isolated character on your behalf in the future, as he has respect for you and sees you as a person that he wants to work with.
Good to know.
Uh-oh.
You know, Ricky, this funeral is not turning out so badly for you, even if, your lover
pretty
just
good
spurned
funeral.
you. You've got a vampire on your side now. Corazon, it's been a minute since we've heard from you here.
I was gonna
I
say,
think
feel-
Fernando is gesturing you forward, to as he says, yes, of course. There's a moment that he looks into your eyes, Ricky, and there's just this flash of desire and heat, and also just a little bit of vampire magnetism as he pulls his eyes away from yours and looks over at Corazon, and he says, "Yes, may the widow Escalante come forward and speak. It is indeed time that we've refocused on the sacred ritual that we have come to undertake. As our, you can see that he's a little flustered, and he's begun to fall into like the vampire rites of departure, and he begins to talk about how the master has left, and now all of us must find our own way. Wait, no. Miss Escalante, yes, please. he sort of recomposes himself and might have been lost in one of the countless last centuries that he's lived.
And I do feel like part of the reason I wasn't speaking up during that is because this takes the heat off of the little misstep that Corazon had, because that is just the slightest mar on her otherwise impeccable performance at all times. It's like, okay, heat's off, and very like calculatingly watching how all of that was going down in front of her and how dynamics have changed. I do feel like it would be an otherwise very like kind of boring or like typical eulogy. Not, oh, I loved him terribly. We'll be missed. My soul has a void in it now. Kind of just laying it on real thick. I'm really the victim here because now I'm a widow. So you all have to be nice to me.
Fabulous. Are you targeting anyone in particular when you're telling people they have to be nice to you here?
Oh, I mean, I meant that more as a vibe than actual verbatim. But I will definitely say something along the lines of, I hope that everyone here will help me maintain the house and the standard that we have all come to expect. Basically threatening, do not stir the pot against me.
Interesting.
In much more subtle terms, but that's definitely the takeaway from it.
Interesting. So are you? I could see that being at Raphael or Jacinta here.
Yes.
We're probably standing pretty close.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Like, do not.
Yes.
So you're saying, poor little me. I am a woman in charge of the house.
Yes.
Yes. Can we have a quick cut, like as before as she's like walking up the aisle about to like make this speech? I want to like quick cut back to Jacinta and I, like as she's like finished like touching my face and calming me. I would say to her, I was like, I won't fight him here, but you know how I feel about that vampire. Will you let me protect you finally? Please, let me be there for you. Will you accept my protection?
I almost want to, like, on my way, like from stepping up to like, I'm thinking of like heels clacking on the cobblestones on the way to like a little bit. I kind of like stop and just like glance at the two of them interacting.
Yeah, we hear the clicking of your heels approaching as Raphael offers his protection to Jacinta.
And I think I glanced very nervously over at Corazon as I put a hand on Raphael's shoulder and I say, yes.
Beautiful.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Finish.
Oh, that's all. She's just a simple yes.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we exchange a glance while you're looking at Jacinta, and Jacinta and I are looking at each other.
Yeah. Like, I'm not looking at Raphael. I'm looking at Corazon.
I want to lean.
That is my little bird. Excuse me. What are you pulling, girl?
We're sitting on the family pew up front, like.
So Raphael, you were saying, so yeah, you are clearly triggering a move here, for the future. You're setting things up.
Yeah, I'm also doing a for your protection, which is my playbook move. So in the future, I can be where Jacinta needs me to be, or I feel Jacinta needs me to be when I need to protect her. But I guess for basic moves, yeah. Where is it? No, actually, what I really wanted to do was sort of offer Jacinta this protection, and then should say to her, I won't fight for you, I won't fight for you, my dear, my love, but I do have some shocking news that I'm debating, should we reveal it here or should we save it for the after party?
I have a good. I think I have a good response. I'm gonna like lean over and be like, as much as I love the man and the gentleman that you are, I understand that a beast lurks underneath, and sometimes you need to be able to release that.
Damn.
And when the moment is right, and I know that you'll know when that is, I think all things should be revealed. But I think perhaps that should be post-funeral. There's been enough upset today.
Fabulous.
Understood. So I'll save my reveal a shocking truth for later.
Perfect. Corazon, at the camera shifts to you as you lay out your platitudes, your threats. After this, so I think you are demanding what you deserve here, by saying, basically, don't mess with me. This is my house now, and if you do, there will be consequences. Are you keeping your hands clean?
Yeah, I think I am playing it much more above board. I had my little stumble early,
Mhm.
but then another conflict kind of like overwrote the drama. I'm almost thinking like, what's Francesca gonna write about whenever she writes a tabloid about the funeral? By comparison, my little slip up will be maybe a footnote at most.
Very true. There was a flash
Oh, yeah.
as Fernando struck out at Raphael. That was definitely caught on camera.
Yes. But
all right, so you're keeping your hands clean. You're not directly threatening anyone. You're just saying it in a way that they get what you're saying. You can plausibly say you're just trying to keep the house in order. You're trying to make things work well.
I'm the widow Escalante. It's my house.
Raphael, is she offering you anything of return? Anything of value in return for what she's demanded? I don't think she is right now.
I'm gonna say I don't think so, but like, do you, Ray, think that in this moment would you think that Corazon would have like implied or maybe had a conversation previously, like this is my house and everyone can stay, like implying like keep the boat, don't rock the boat and you're safe here, or if there's issues, your lease might be up type deal? Is that like, is she offering like that, or is it just sort of she's like, like, what do you think? Because
she absolutely wants the status quo to be where it's at. You are welcome to stay so long as you don't challenge her authority.
So there's a carrot and a stick. Okay.
Because that's like I wanted to be like fair in my interpretation of the question, because I think outright no, but if you think that like she's offering status quo is a place, and I would say Raphael is, he's still on his way up, but he's still rough and tumble, so he's not totally stable. So I would say that is a thing of value, of having residency would be a value. So I'll say yes.
Absolutely.
I mean, you did just have a confession.
You did just have?
Yeah.
Yes. So at some point it'd be like, what are you doing? My little bird, you're getting in over your head kind of talk with you. To be like, oh, what are you doing? I'm sorry, I'm here looking out for you. I'm really all about your best interests. Your little bird. Yes.
So that's 2 yeses. And the third and most spicy question. Raphael, do you love Corazon in this moment? As she offers both carrot and stick for the status quo.
Ooh. I want to say that generally Raphael would say yes, but in this moment it feels like a no.
Okay. I need you to roll 2d6 plus 2.
Because you didn't step up and say nothing when he backhanded me.
That's right. Keeping your hands clean might have backfired on you there, Corazon.
If Corazon was like, that's my bird! Like, even if you said, if you said did something, I would be like, she loves me. But in this moment, no.
Yeah, who was there to defend you?
Yeah.
Betrayal.
Yeah.
Corazon, roll with 2 answers. So 2d6 plus 2.
2d6 plus 2. Okay.
Yes.
3, 2, so 5 plus 7, or plus 2, or 5 plus 2 is 7. Sorry.
Just got it in there. It's a good thing you offered that carrot, or this would have been a complete miss. All right.
Yeah, the
So,
rules are not with me today.
on a hit, which this is, the
Mhm.
target of your demand chooses one from this list of 3. So, Raphael, that'll be you. You may concede to her and clear a condition. You may refuse and escalate, and Corazon will mark a condition, or you can run away and you take something from them.
Runaway does not make sense. I think of the other 2 in this moment, because we're still like at the end of the eulogy when she's like publicly threatening me. I will concede, and you can see her look at me, and we like lock eyes, and like the camera pans to see that like our eyes are still like totally fixed on each other.
Mhm.
And
And you
in the
see that there's
pan,
oh, go ahead.
there's no one in the background. Like
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
else at the funeral disappears for the
It's
shot.
just
It's
us
just the 2 of
standing
you.
there, and you
Yeah.
see him sort of like nod and like almost like take a knee, like visually, but then it
Mhm.
cuts back and he's still just sitting there, but he's like takes a knee.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Oh.
All right.
Oh my god. Can I? Oh my god! I almost just want to like, um, wait. Do you actually like physically take a knee, or is it
No,
just
no.
like,
Mentally.
okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I think you should stop touching Jacinta in that scene. Like you should take your
Oh,
hand like off my
Yes.
shoulder or something.
yeah. Oh, good idea. Yeah,
That's
thank you.
that's the thing with Jacinta
Yeah.
was like gracefully like holding and caressing your one side, and Corazon takes you and caresses the other side of your human looking face. But it's like very much like kind of like looking down, very patronizing, like this is like I am your salvation, not her.
No, yeah.
This is sticky. This is sticky.
Yeah, like I agree. Like, you know, like how an anime, like you like Zach described, like the scene cuts, it sort of blackouts their spotlight on us, and you see like I like stand up from the pew and then like kneel down, and it cuts when it's to me and my wolfy face, and then you sort of walk down from the pew, like take steps down, even though they weren't there before, but now it's you stepping down to me, and you put your hand down on my face, and as I look up, the camera fades for me to my wolf to human face looking at you with like sad eyes, and I'm gonna clear vicious.
Obviously in the beginning of the shot, like in the mental, like, you know, there's only these people in the
Take
scene.
my hand off of Jacinta.
Jacinta was next to you.
I fade
you
out.
take
I
her
fade
hand
into
off.
black.
We do the spin, and when we come back, she's not in the shot.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
Poetry. Yes.
God. Okay.
And the audience is just
and then when we push back to the reality shot, it's just a close up on you as just the last vestiges of Wolfie. Like, I think like something in your eyes clears, like they go from yellow to white, and I think that's where we're going to cut the funeral scene because that's very good.
Yeah.
So,
Oh my goodness.
y'all, great opener there. So, let's see. What is next here? You know, Ricky, you have been waiting to figure out what's going on with that sickle. You know, it disappeared, and I think that enough just came out that you now suspect where it was, that Jacinta may have hit it. I don't think, based on what we just saw, I don't think Fernando straight out told the whole group where it was, but he's in good with you now. I think our next scene is the 2 of you in his attic room. It's steepled. It's definitely like the first shot is like the roof is like slightly flat and then comes down and then has straight sides. It's absolutely coffin imagery here. And he the camera opens on 2 sharp needles coming down on a ball of red yarn, and then he pulls out his knitting needles and begins crafting a sweater. I think that you're in this scene as well, Ricky. As Fernando sort of sighs, pushes his hair back, which then falls gloriously into perfection in the way that only television allows. And he breathes in, breathes out, and he says, Mr. Sanchez, I am in your debt. I feared that my resolution would break and I would soil myself with the wretched blood of Raphael. You were my rock. And in this long life, there are few that I have found worthy of clinging to. And he begins walking around you, and he sort of trails 2 fingers along the side of your throat and says, 18 and a half. And he's taking your measurements in the most sensual way that you have ever seen. The music has shifted to something very old-timey, but very sensual. Like he is, as he walks around, he says, I am it. This scarf of mine, I've been working on it for too long. I've been focused on myself for too long. I find that focusing on a man such as yourself to be far more worthy of my time.
Ricky looks over at him, and something starts to twist in his head. Perhaps this alliance he has can work in his favor. It kind of flashbacks to the last scene that we just saw with Jacinta and Raphael proclaiming their love for each other, and his heart is just broken. Because I have completed my proving my love for her, my playbook question changes back to, is this going to be fun? And you know what? Raphael, he's going to take her over me, going to give in and not attack this vamp like a true werewolf would. Then how about we play a little game?
Ooh.
And then that's kind of like we're thinking, and then he kind of zooms back into to the scene again, and then he plays with this vampire that he has a connection with. It says, I bet you have a lot of pull here and there in the community, don't you? What do you know about how what happened to our untimely proprietor?
Well, you've come to the right person, my young friend. I have eyes everywhere in this mansion as the eldest and most respected. He's bullshitting a little bit. He's definitely putting on a little bit thick, but he is also trying to impress you. This is not the first time that powerful men have tried to catch your attention. You recognize this, the way that this goes. And he says, he says, on the night that our dear Antonio passed, I did see that the Bane was used. Obviously, not something that myself or Raphael would find easy. And I saw that you were the first to find him. I do wonder, my dear friend, if your hands are as clean as you are presenting. But do not worry about that, for what I did see later on was the little Scully maid hiding the Bane weapon within a mirror in the foyer, wrapped in a rather interesting article of clothing, and his hand trails down and just snaps the hem of your underwear.
Was wondering where that went.
That was his
And
lucky pair.
and like he's currently like standing behind you. He's got like one hand on your hip and the other just like sort of trailing down your arm. He's clearly unconsciously positioned himself in a position to bite you, and like his head like just turns slightly before he sort of turns away, very tortured.
Well, and of course, Raphael, Randy plays with this and goes and kind of caresses him and gets closer towards his nose so he could sniff the sweat that's on his shirt, and he kind of unbuttons a little bit some of his blazer, opening it up so that it's getting a little hot in here. I assure you that have done nothing wrong, and we might have a mutual enemy, as you mentioned. Perhaps we can go tit for tat, one thing for another. I scratch your back and you scratch mine, as I would like to spot something out of place.
Oh my. Excellent. Well, all right. Is this going to be fun?
So the questions I have here are: have you been intimate with this person recently? Is this an intimate?
Yes. This is extremely charged. He's definitely opening up to you here.
Okay. And are you free of other distractions? Yeah, there's nobody else in this room, right?
I would say not. Like, you're thinking about other things. Like, you're doing this for a reason, but I'd say in this moment you're free of other distractions. And then your playbook question: is this going to be fun? Spotting something out of place in this sexy vampire.
Yeah, I think so, because I'm creating a elaborate scene to take down Raphael.
Fabulous. Oh, well, and take him down, get his attention. Is there a difference?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You feel me. Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead and roll with a +3. 2d6 plus 3.
Double fours, that's 8, 9, 10, 11.
Full hit. Full hit. On a hit, you get to ask 2 questions from the list. How does your character feel about something? What are you planning? How could I get your character to do something? What do you have of value or use? And what's your character hoping to get from something? You get 2.
So, how could I get Fernando to perhaps point things toward to make it look, I kind of want to point things toward Raphael, that maybe he could be the one who had the dagger. I don't know who killed at all. I just found it, but
that's simple enough. To have him point out that a werewolf could handle the bane with gloves, you'll just need to use a different kind of glove.
And then my second question would be: how does his character feel? How does he feel about Curzon?
Oh, he thinks that she is an upstart. He views her as someone who came in and seduced one of his favorite rivals and has now taken over control of the mansion. And I think the way that comes out is as, his hand slides over yours, he says, "Don't worry about the little wolf. I'm certain that I can support your efforts in that matter. And Miss Escalante is a usurper at best. Truly. This house is one that I have a certain protection for, and those who care for it are also under mine. And he's definitely pushing for an end to the conversation here, at least the talking part.
So I say, Ricky says one last thing. Goes, well, perhaps we can kill two birds with one stone and take out Corazon as well, because that's the real way you can hurt Raphael. Now, enough talk. And then we kind of fade to black, and then some Fey vampire True Blood stuff goes on.
Yeah, we get like, I don't know which way it goes initially, but someone's hands get, pushed up against the wall. The door blows
Someone
shut.
bites someone.
Someone, yeah, and good things are happening for Ricky. You've got an ally that is now very intimately tied to you.
Hey, Zach.
Yes.
I have this fun move called Keys to the Castle.
Of course you do.
Oh no.
That lets me reveal that I've been secretly listening to a whole conversation.
Oh no.
I was wondering if maybe that could be applicable here.
I feel like it could be. What were you doing up in the vampire's attic?
I think one of the benefits of working here and having the keys and being very close with the person who owned this house is I know where a lot of the secret passages are.
Oh my.
And when I saw Ricky come up here, I was like, oh, that can't be good. I don't want him to get fed on. I'll just hide in one of the passageways just so he doesn't if something happens, I could do something maybe.
So as your hands get pinned against the wall, Ricky, like in the cutaway, the camera just slides to the right to a picture, and the eyes blink. Jacinta, I need you to roll for me, please, on Keys to the Kingdom. What are the questions for that, please?
One is, do you work here? Yes.
Yes.
Am I dressed to blend in? Yes.
Okay, what are you wearing? Because
I'm wearing all black, which is what I normally wear because that's my that's my uniform here. And I've gone through the trouble of wearing eye black so you can't see my skin around the eyes of the painting.
And are you in over your head?
Yeah. Yeah, man. If I ever answer no, please challenge me.
I don't know. Like, you're currently in a secret passageway, a good 3 feet away from your former suitor, about to get some
and the man
good
who
vampire time.
Murder.
Yeah. No, you're not over. Yeah, you're over your head. Go ahead and roll with a +3.
Okay. Wow. I got a 10 on the dice. 13.
Fabulous. So
I love these dice. This is great.
So you get to do one of two things now. You can either get away without being spotted, or you can ask the conspirators a follow-up question. This isn't you in character. This is just something you find out before you're discovered, before they realize what's going on.
Without being spotted, or ask the conspirators a follow-up question. My choice.
Indeed.
Caution, word of caution. So it's the way that that's worded is if you choose to ask a follow-up question, that implies that they will find you.
You will get spotted. Yeah.
Which is just spicy too, but I don't know.
God, that's so fun.
It really is, isn't it?
I kind of think I want to get away for this particular one.
Yeah. The viewers, like, their heart is in their throat as they see the picture's eyes blink, and then the painted eyes slide back into place. We cut to Jacinta, your hand on your chest, breathing heavily.
I can still hear everything. I'm just so Ricky's on one side of the wall, and I'm back to back with him on the other side of the wall, clutching my chest dramatically. Our breath in the same pattern. but for different reasons.
At one point, we both slammed together into the wall.
Yeah.
So we're back to back technically.
It keeps cutting to the two of them and then cutting to me, also looking dramatic, like I'm incorporated into the sex scene.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
god.
It's dramatic.
Amazing.
It's messy. Good.
So
Oh.
messy.
I think it's better if you don't know I'm there, because
Oh,
then the next time
no!
we interact is like gonna be that much
Exactly.
Awkward.
weirder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was
awkward.
thinking 100%.
That's
Yeah,
so
fabulous.
very much the, like, audience insert, like, oh, to be a fly in the room kind of.
Yes.
Oh. And obviously, y'all, so just to make it clear, y'all are the stars of the telenovela. Like, you are the ones that get the headline stuff, but if someone's introducing a sexy vampire character, they've got shippers on board as well. So this is definitely very satisfying for the audience. It leads to a surprising number of times where someone is like, you got to see this show, and then their parents walk in at the exact wrong second. So yeah, we'll cut away from that, but it's spicy. So very good stuff. Wow, Raphael, I think that I want to have the next scene involve you. Do you have an idea on where you want this to go?
Yeah, so in my flashback, it was Raphael meeting with I always want to say Jacinta, but it's not. It's Justicia. You see in the flashback it was Raphael with Justicia signing the contract in blood.
Mhm.
So now I'd like to fast forward.
Technically, that means you have control of her, because
That's what I
her
was
hook,
Yeah.
her hook is to execute a contract. So you now, anytime that you have a flashback and she's helping you, you get a free +1.
Yeah. So Okay, so I think I want it to be you see the scene starts out with me and Justicia talking before I make my way up the staircase to where Corazon is in her office. So Justicia and I are standing in the foyer, and I want to say, Justicia, the lien on the mansion has been executed, correct? I believe my paperwork is sufficient for sufficient claim. No one is getting this place unless I get a piece of it first.
Yes, well, Corazon's name may be in the will. Your name is on the lien.
Good.
A delightful bit of legal maneuvering on your part, I must say. Tell me, what? She sort of leans in and says, I did notice that Antonio was rather agitated in the week before his untimely passing. And he's not yet shown up on our side of the barrier. It's a little strange.
Interesting.
You wouldn't have had to do anything with that, would you?
No. How could I? I have plenty of things to deal with, but Antonio was like a father to me.
Ah, yes, of course. And I must say, your intentions toward that young lady do not seem to be entirely brotherly.
Well, let's just say
You wouldn't be raising up a commoner to control of this ancient and venerable house, would you?
Listen. Actually, I already have control over her, so I don't need to, like,
She's
I'll
pushing
say-
back a little bit, but you
Yeah.
have control of her, absolutely.
I will say, I'm soon to be king of this castle. I will decide whom, holds the keys and where the Travis is stumbling over my words, but
Who sits at my side?
who sits at my side? Yes. And we will see if Corazon is left in the shadows or if she chooses to walk in the new era. She has been a queen and a confidant and a friend, someone like a mother for many years, but I fear she is no longer capable. And just ensure that there's no issues with the paperwork. And I'll start to make my way up the staircase to Corazon's office.
Fabulous. All right. Love that. Yeah, you ooh, okay. There is one thing. No. You've already got control of her. I don't think you need to demand what you deserve. All right.
That's what I was debating if I needed to, but I was like, no.
I think it makes more sense that we just go to the next player scene here. She smiles, and there's a fire in her eyes, and she says, "As you say, Your Highness." And there's some heat in those words.
I want to say our deal has been signed in blood, and I will like squeeze the finger, and like the camera zooms in on the blood drop, and as it drops, she's there, and then she disappears as the blood drops behind.
Yes, and there's just this little sizzle of smoke. It's, and yeah, we cut away. We follow her for just a second as she opens a door, pulls out a scroll from a shelf, and unfurls it on the naked back of a human soul and begins reviewing the contract. All right, and then we cut back, like as the shelves in the background that are stacked on top of each other, the camera fades into the steps in front of you as you ascend upward in the shot. Corazon, obviously you're at the top of the balcony, yes?
Of course.
As the would-be usurper approaches you.
Mm-hmm. And very obvious, like this is like after the funeral, so my so Corazon's very much thinking like, okay, you're here to make your case, you're here to, it's like, okay, so definitely
appreciate the unspoken.
Yes. So I think you're approaching with like, hey, I need a favor, I need help, is how Corazon sees Raphael coming up the stairs, like underneath, like approaching this pedestal that she's standing on, essentially.
So you see this as someone coming to offer their fealty. Raphael, you see this entirely differently. And Ricky, I feel like we're probably going to have you crash into this scene with something dramatic at some point. But let's see how this goes.
As I'm ascending the staircase, and I'll say, Corazon, I need you. Corazon, it's been so long since we've had a discussion, and there is so much on my mind. And you see this sort of like longing conversation as I'm getting closer and closer, and I'm looking up to you, and then I ascend the staircase, and then you see as I step to the final step, and I'm taller than you, and I look down at you, and I say, I need to know why you didn't defend me when he hit me at the funeral. And you see his expression completely changes from like longing and love to like immediate like accusatory.
Yeah. And it totally broke her off guard. She just goes to like first like shock, and then like almost like indignant, like how dare you accuse me of this, and just like a million different like self-defense emotions on her face.
Raphael, you've clearly just struck out with voice and with voice here. You've caught her off guard, admittedly. Have they just wronged you?
I think yes, because it happened earlier today, and that's the thing that I started the conversation with.
Fabulous.
Mhm.
I'm going to put out that it has been just long enough that everyone is now wearing a new sexy outfit. But
Oh.
yes, it's still later in the day.
Okay.
So I'll give you a yes on that. And are you acting openly and without guile?
So, I need fair assessment. I think I am straightforwardly bringing this to her, but it was a little like slimy, a little twisty. So like I am addressing her directly, but with a little guile. So I don't know. Is that a yes?
I
or no?
think
I'll
in
take-
this case it's a no, but
Okay.
like it's a really fun no because this
Okay.
is out of character.
Fair.
This shows how
he can
committed you are.
Yeah, he is a straight shooter, but sometimes he's gotta gotta be.
You
A little
didn't survive the
suave.
fairy war by making a forward charge every time.
Right. So then that's what I get 2.
You get 2.
Okay. So hold on, give me different dice.
Yeah, don't nail this one.
Right. I got my glitter. Give me a fairy dice. Glitter.
Corazon, you're probably going to want to start looking at your conditions here.
Oh yes, that's 9 on the dice plus the 2, 10, 11.
Lovely. And oh yeah, and you no longer have any fabulous. So you get to choose. Corazon, you're marking a condition either way. And Raphael, you may choose to not mark a condition because you have finagled this so expertly, or you may take something from her, but you'll have to mark a condition.
I think I'm going to avoid taking the condition and prefer that it's just so it's so off, catching her off guard, and it like the striking out is so so shocking, and I feel so betrayed in this moment that I'm just
It was such a betrayal that even the straightest shooter on the show just resorted to a slimy setup to get it, and the audience is still with you.
yeah.
You fabulous.
I thought I was your little bird.
Yeah.
You know when a little bird has a cage.
Time
All
to
right.
fly free.
Yeah.
So Corazon, what are you marking?
Oh, shit. Oh my god. Because this is my second condition. Corazon is not having a good day.
Well, yeah, her husband just died.
Oh, so sad.
Oh,
That
wow.
too. All
Oh,
right.
yeah, for that.
I guess.
So-
Yeah, I mean, but if you're not
I am-
gonna we're looking for
Yeah,
a now. Okay. Okay.
Ray, you're absolutely correct, by the way. This is the most intense PvP game I ever run. It's always straight for the throat immediately, but it feels so much better than trying to knock someone down to 0 health. It's
Yeah.
I agree. I imagine this scene painted in a way whereas like the bird cage is over, since you guys have those like weird kind of isolated scenes. This time it's you in a bird cage and then like it crashing or falling over and you just stepping off the threshold. Just releasing little
like
bird is
the
free.
way the railings on the staircase and the balcony look like little like
Yes!
Yeah.
Wow!
Yeah.
We got it.
They look
That's
like
it.
what?
And it's him walking past the bars. Yeah.
Yeah, the camera just shoots.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's walking out.
And then after you say this, like, you know, why didn't you defend me? We get the red tail hawk screech. The
Yeah,
little
just like
bird is
that.
flying free. All right, Corazon. Obviously, like, how do we see that you have just become condition?
I think for a second it's almost too subtle for your standard telenovela, but her face cracks, her eyes go wide for just this flash of a second. We see that she is suddenly aware of how her grip has loosened. And she's almost looking for a way to make an excuse to say, oh, how could I have defended myself against an all-powerful ancient vampire who also has a powerful claim to the house? I'm just a shocked and emotionally delicate widow. I'm sorry I couldn't, be exactly what you needed me to be that day. And kind of doing some really, really really messed up emotional manipulation to switch it up from Raphael asking, how could you not protect me, to how could you expect me to do it at that time?
Reversal. Okay, so fabulous. Turning it back on him. All right.
God.
Wow. Okay. Love that. So, yeah. Let's play with this a little bit more.
I can totally do another condition just because, regardless of the outcome, I'm definitely shaken. I kind of have to on the fly. This is not what I expected to happen. So
You have to mark a condition: chiding, ruminative, or cautious, because you have been caught off guard by Raphael's accusation here. You can try to turn it back on him, but it did hit home.
Yes. So definitely, I think I'm probably gonna go for cautious. Okay, I need to. I'm playing this a little too risky. I need to assess myself a little better. So cautious.
Okay.
There you go. So that gives me +1 spot something, -2 to acting desperately going forward. Which I feel is correct. Yeah.
So, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, you go ahead.
I was going to maybe point you towards a direction here, but it seems like you've already got an idea. Go for it.
I did not. I'm sorry.
That's fine. This is a little unexpected for you, isn't it? You saw Raphael and Jacinta have a moment, but maybe you didn't. But you thought he was accepting your very generous offer to let him stay in this hotel, and now he's coming and asking why you didn't protect him. That seems a little weird, right? Do you want to try to spot something out of place, or do you just want to
That's right. Yes. Okay. So spotting something out of place.
Have you been intimate with Raphael recently?
It
doesn't have to be sex. It doesn't have to be.
Have we had that heart-to-heart recently, kind of thing?
We haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. If you want to establish a recent intimacy that occurred between the two of you, you could. Here's pulling back the curtain a little bit for all you GMs or MCs who might want to run this. This is how you get your characters to give you backstory on what happened before this. Is you say, if you just tell me how this could be true, then I'll give you that +1. It's bribery, but it works.
I'm trying to think of what would have been a good moment, and
I know why. I have an offer a suggestion. I'll say literally before we made our way into the church, you and I were talking because you consider me your broken little bird, how hard it was to lose him, and you and I were having a heart-to-heart about facing this funeral and seeing the people and dealing with this, and then literally we go in and you immediately turn your back on me, which is why it was so shocking, because we were supposed to be in there together.
You walked in with me, you had me on your arm, and we were walking down the aisle together, and you took me to my seat but the seats next to me were already reserved, so you had to go sit elsewhere.
The
Yeah.
grieving son that no one knows is a son walking
Yeah.
his stepmother down the aisle.
Yeah.
Oh,
And no one, yeah, oh, I love that. And no
Yeah.
one knows. Yeah.
Yeah.
delightful. So I'm going to give you a 1 on have you been intimate with them recently? Are you free of other distractions?
Mhm.
I think you're going to have a hard time answering this one. Yes, you're spinning a lot of plates, but
I don't.
and- go ahead.
Oh no! I'm sorry. I feel like I'm cutting you off a bunch. My bad. It's the delay. I don't think Corazon has a lot of distractions going on. She seems very singularly focused. Like this is definitely, like this itself, the situation with Raphael confronting her is definitely like unexpected as far as all the plates that she's been spinning. But especially seeing the interaction with him and Jacinta at the funeral and cutting in on that, that would have been like more at the forefront. Just this was her realizing that it didn't get spun the way she wanted. So, I'm trying to. I'm just kind of like figuring. Let's see what else to do. Related to superior. Is he technically? I guess in this moment, Raphael does have a legit grief about me not standing up. About like, Corazon could absolutely. So I think I could. I could leave. Where'd it go? Humble or abase myself. Mark. Yeah.
Oh, well, hold on.
I'm sorry. Did I mess up? I'm sorry.
Not quite. You're reading ahead. That's all. That's what happens if you roll a 7 to 9. We're still figuring out what your bonus is. So, are you keeping your hands clean?
I'm keeping him clean. Yes. Yes. So basically, I am getting ready to explain why I couldn't do it.
Oh, so you're trying to explain why your hands are in fact clean. Okay, I'll give it to you. You've been intimate recently, and you are saying you're free of other distractions?
Yeah, and I think because this is going to be like at the forefront of Corazon, like what, like because having that power over Raphael and maintaining that is big on her like priority list.
Now, Ricky, if you'd shown up a couple minutes earlier, that might not have been a yes on that other distractions, but we'll keep that in mind. So, all right. So go ahead and roll with a +3, and then we'll see what you get to see if you have to humble yourself.
2d6, right?
Indeed.
Okay. Oh. 1. 3 plus 3.
+3. That's a 7. You just
No,
barely
six.
squeak
No,
it out.
6.
That's
This
6.
is 6.
3 plus
I thought it was-
3.
2 plus 3.
Oh, I thought you were saying a 1, and I thought you rolled a 1 and a 3. Okay.
No,
So-
no. 3 plus 3 total.
Okay. So this is one of my favorite things. One of my favorite GM moves in Powered by the Apocalypse is when a character rolls a just straight miss. You give the other character the best possible result on what they were just trying to do. Raphael, you may ask 2 questions of Corazon from the Spot Something Out of Place list. As she's looking, trying to figure out what's going on with you, but she's opening herself up to the exact same thing. These questions can be in character or out of character, but you will learn.
Raphael gets closer, his hand on the banister with the bars. The camera pans up with him sort of look like he's caged to above, and I get closer as I hold on, and I get you see him say, "I thought that you were like a mother to me and we were close, but I feel so betrayed. What are you really planning?" and you see me like get into your face or get close to you,
Mhm.
take a step closer.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the first question is, what are your real plans?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
okay. Do I have to answer that one too? Or do I get both questions?
He'll
I'll
ask
ask
the
one
next
more.
one.
Depending on how you answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Zach said I get two, not you.
Mhm.
Because you failed.
Like, do I have to? Can I answer the basically one answer? So your question for Coruscant is,
Corazon, what are you really planning?
are you really planning? And I mean, I feel like there is enough truth in just saying I want to make sure this house and my husband's memory are safe and secure and ongoing. I don't. Yeah, just that's true. Doesn't
So,
really have a method, but it is true.
okay.
Corazon, your attitude, your business acumen, your age seem to be getting in the way of a new, brighter future. How could I help you uphold this legacy? And how could I get you to give up your claim to this mansion for a you will always have permanent residence here, but this mansion's mine.
Oh, damn. Okay, so you've just really
you
turned
made
it back
this
on her.
You see him get bigger. You see him get bigger, and you see like the shadow behind him is his wolf presence, and he sort of like puts his hands on your shoulders and says, "How can I get out of the way?"
Oh, and you're right on the edge of a balcony, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh God.
The wind whistles past you and your hair just blows in the breeze as a red leaf flies past. How could he get you to get out of his way and let him take over the house? If the answer is he'd have to kill you, that is legit. But if you've got something else in mind...
Oh, I mean, yes, like the killing me is legit. And I almost want to like you're
Over
like,
my dead body.
Yeah, what would Corazon say in that moment?
But I could almost twist it back towards Raphael's, like in the sense that, you know, like this was my husband's house. You know how you know what it would take to get like almost kind of like this legal precedent of, oh, of course I inherited it. I'm the spouse. Like, how do I like how else would I lose that claim? Is to not be here to inherit it.
So basically, what you're saying is nothing. But what you're saying is you'll have to kill me.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yes. And it's almost kind of like a dare. It's like, would you really do that? Would you do that to me after everything I've done for you?
I'm going to say understood. I say I like grab her hand and I'm gonna say, let me kiss your hand one last time. and I kiss her hand and I say, my dad would want me to have this. And I'm gonna turn and walk away.
Oh my God. Okay.
Hold on.
Your husband might want this, but my dad saw
okay.
saw me as the future.
I was thinking like Coruscant thinks that you're talking about your Lobo
Lobo.
dad would
Yeah.
want you to do this. Whereas
Yeah.
you're saying it in the sense
Yes.
that Antonio would want you to.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
So now,
The writers were feeling very clever that day. Well
Oh.
done.
Yes.
Well done.
Yes,
So-
they were.
so
Such
now
a good. That's a
Corazon
good
thinks that
twist.
the entire Lobo syndicate
It's coming for you.
has plans against her.
Uh-huh.
Which, to be fair, they do.
Yes, but
They're different plans.
Oh my
Yeah, now-
goodness.
listen, now
Plans
she has
within
explicit
plans.
evidence has been said to her, not just like standard like combative business stuff.
So, Raphael, you turn and walk away. So what you're saying is, in this moment, Raphael and Corazon are both isolated players.
Yeah.
Are you going out from under my wing? Is that it?
I think so.
Mhm.
All right, Ricky. I will remind you that Fernando Castillo's move while he's under your control is to hypnotize an isolated character.
Oh.
You see Raphael like leave Corazon's office and like slam the door and dunk, walking down the staircase that she's normally seen gracefully. You see him stomping down those staircase, leaving.
I feel like this is a good time for either Ricky to introduce himself, or Fernando, or for Jacinta to appear.
I was thinking, because at this point, it's kind of like a dual scene. One scene happens and another one's going to happen, and it starts off with as Corazon, you walk off. Ricky kind of comes from around the corner, and he has his eyes just look deep towards like a fiend looking at his prey, and then he sauntily walks on over and says, "Corazon, you got a minute to chat."
Yeah, what? Yeah.
I couldn't help but notice the tension between you and Raphael. And then the scene kind of quickly shifts, and you see, as Raphael's walking by himself, the high priest vampire, making his way towards, as I'm going to reveal the plan that I have to Corazon, what's happening as it actually happens to Raphael.
Okay, so we get this awesome like split, like the screen tears, and like as you're speaking to Corazon, we see. Look, oh wait, no, yeah. So as you're giving the voiceover, like the scene cuts to an over the shoulder shot of Fernando stalking, like emerging from a shadow, that like a flat shadow on the wall. He just fucking walks out of the shadow and begins like stalking Raphael, as you say.
I believe that Raphael may be out for his own interests, and I think that maybe we could benefit one another. If you don't want to lose anything that's rightfully yours, and you cut loose a little bit, why don't you join me in a little plan of mine, as I would like to use my playbook ability called Be Brave. When you challenge a PC to put aside their fears and do something daring, offer them +1 ongoing to seek out that goal. If they take it, hold 2. You can never hold more than 3 on this move. You can spend it to hold 1 for 1 to appear in the scene with them, or give them a -1 on a roll directed at you. And as I say, he's been a thorn in too many sides, and I know you felt what I felt last time we were together. Cut loose for once. Forget about what everyone else thinks. If you want what's rightfully yours, then you gotta take it. And I got plans in motion, as insinuating that the count or the vampire is going to hypnotize Raphael to kind of confess or do something. I'm thinking more so like prove that he may have done it, maybe grab the weapon and like put it in his pocket. I want him to have the weapon without knowing it for some type of big reveal that I have coming up later.
The audience is screaming.
100%.
First time that this scene has finally been alluded to again, all like since the end of last season.
So,
we're
Rob-
talking about the thing again.
Yes, absolutely. So, we see Fernando slip on a black leather glove, reach down to his side and pull out the silver sickle, and he touches Raphael and pushes him against the wall and says, "You will not remember this moment, but you will at the next gathering, you will confess that you murdered Antonio. The guilt is too much to bear." And he slides the dagger into your suit jacket pocket, and then he snaps his fingers and disappears into the shadows, and you are left with a weight in your pocket that you cannot register just over your heart. Now, you are hypnotized. However, this game is very big on player consent. You may break out of this hypnosis early by marking a condition, but unless you do so, you must confess to the murder of Antonio Escalante the next time that there is a large gathering. Have fun.
You did.
Oh my god. So do I have to decide that now, or
No,
can
no.
I? Okay. I'm going to go along with the hypnosis for now.
Of course, because that's
Yeah.
fun.
Got it. Yeah.
Is this the same dagger? What happened to the one that was in the mirror?
He saw.
I'm saying he grabbed it.
He
and
saw
then-
Nathan do it
Oh,
and
so
took
Fernando
it.
knew it was there too. Okay,
Yep.
The only thing behind the mirror now is a pair of Ricky's boxers,
Oh,
covered in Antonio's blood.
Oh.
Weird.
You know, from the silver sickle that it was wrapped in.
Oh. Keep that in mind.
I just like planning things for other people to grab on to. Have fun with that.
Mhm.
So, beautiful. So, Corazon,
Mhm.
we cut back away from the hypnosis scene as Fernando disappears, and Ricky has offered this to you. What do you do?
Mhm. And we're in Corazon's office, just the two of us. And he has
Mhm.
referred back to that night that
Mhm.
she would rather other people forget and not ask her what she thinks about it. And then she's just coming off of the heels of losing Raphael as her as a confidant, as somebody to be relied upon. And
Mhm.
here is Ricky, who she still has this spark for, as much as she would not like to. She does,
Mhm.
or will never admit it publicly. Who is offering some mutual cooperation in
Mhm.
exchange, and I think she's going to offer to show Ricky where Jacinta put the stash
Oh.
as a show of yes,
So she is accepting then.
she's accepting it,
Okay.
and to show like other things like that that little maid friend of yours has been saving something that could damn you.
Which is totally a twist on what she was intending, but that doesn't matter. It looks bad.
It does. And so I point Ricky to it because I imagine, the foyer is like right there. And I think of like a small scene cut from The Office, clickety clack heels down towards the mirror, down the foyer to the mirror, and essentially tell Ricky's like, look what your little friend left here to find later, or to keep safe for later.
And your underwear.
But I know that the dagger is gone too. It's just the underwear. I think both the murder weapon and the underwear are still in there because I didn't know that it was taken.
Oh no, I would say this is you don't realize that I went to Corazon first, who then helped me get it to give to the vampire who planted it. So
God.
The flashback had revealed that really the flashback is really the conversation with Corazon, not with the attack.
Freaking wild.
Wait, wait, so this happens before the Fernando and Raphael? Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's fun.
Okay, so the dagger is still there.
Yeah, and you gave
Okay,
it to
and I'm
me,
showing you where it's at.
Oh,
and I
damn. Okay.
Nice.
All right.
so
In that
was, like,
case,
so that was a flash forward.
Yes.
And so everybody's like, how the hell did Fernando get the dagger? Oh, Corazon accepted the deal with Ricky.
damn. Amazing. Okay. In that case, Ricky, we're gonna flash back to preparations, which is what we just did. All right. Is it gonna be fun?
Yes.
Did you have plenty of time to do it, to get the dag? And did you have someone looking out for trouble?
I would say Corazon was probably looking out for trouble.
Yeah, I wasn't going to actually
I
put
don't
my
think
hands
so.
on the mirror. That would be
No?
fingerprints. Ricky can
Like
open it himself.
she's leading you to the hiding
Oh,
place.
okay.
She's not looking out. She's an accomplice.
The count. He was. I was like, look out for
Oh,
trouble. Make sure while we try to plan this.
That makes sense. I will accept that. Okay, roll with a +3.
Alrighty. All right. All right. That is going to be a 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay, on a 7 to 9, you get to choose. Do you want to mark a condition, or do I tell you how your plotting is flawed, or how you're about to get caught up in another problem?
I'm gonna mark a condition because I'm getting close to melted down.
You have a lot of plates spinning right now.
Yeah, I feel like I might have a meltdown soon. So I will take. I wouldn't say maybe righteous because I feel like righteous.
Yes, it's all going just as Ricky planned.
We're both feeling righteous right now. This is great.
See, I wasn't sure if this was going to end up with someone on Antonio's desk there, but this is some good stuff too. All right.
All right.
All right. And so, what are you going to go with? Did you still you arranged for someone to be in the right place at the right time? Kind of seems like what you did there. Or you could say you fabricated a piece of evidence, which we've also kind of already seen you do with Raphael there. What? Or did you just take your underwear and get those out of there so that those aren't there to be used against you anymore?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I think that it would probably make sense since he wouldn't just leave it there. That I took my underwear and all that stuff and then planned this with him.
All right. So, you. All right. So that's still evidence. What are you doing with that? Are you getting it burned? Are you getting you're trying to hide it?
Yeah, so I'll say it's hidden in wherever, like my chambers or somewhere, because I don't want to have it on me because I'm not wearing much clothes.
There we go. Okay, so
it is something that could be found.
You tuck it away and you put it back into your underwear drawer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, where better for underwear to be?
No one goes through my stuff.
All right, fabulous. Interesting. I think this is about the point where I am going to introduce just one little thing, which is that there is a new ghost in the mansion wearing a very sharp suit. And as we see you walk into your room, a very familiar looking suit jacket is straightened, and the ghost of Antonio slides back into the walls as his eyes widen, and we see a small horde of demons chasing him, and he flees through the walls.
Nice.
Wow.
He does his signature haha, and is beginning to do one of his extravagant monologues on something, and then his eyes widen, and 3 imps with pitchforks start chasing him, and he just sort of sighs, frowns. It's like, Philistines, and takes off running.
Nice.
All right, Jacinta, it has been a little while since we've heard from your pure, innocent heart.
Actually, before that, do you mind if we take a real quick
Yeah.
break?
Oh, a bio break does sound kind of nice to me right now.
Yeah.
What do we want to do? 5 minutes? 10?
Yeah, let's do 10-minute break. Because that
Come
will
back
bring
on the
us.
hour.
Yeah, come back on the hour because that'll bring us to 6-ish
All
Eastern
right.
time. So let's take about a 10-minute break or so, and we will continue the drama when we get
Love
back.
it.
Yeah.
Stay
We'll
tuned,
see y'all
everybody.
soon.
Oh,
10
and
minutes.
we're also, don't forget Magpie Madness in the chat if you want to get entered in the giveaway for next week. And when we come back, we will announce this week's winner. So Magpie Madness, 2 separate words, no likes, no loves, no hearts, no extras, just that. If you want to be entered in a chance to win a Magpie game next week. So please enter
Yeah.
that, and we'll see you in a few.
Yeah.
And we're back, everybody. Um, Again, this is ATOD with Magpie Madness, and we have a few more announcements before we dive back into our session. So, we have picked our winner for this week's entry. From the Magpie Games sponsorship. And congratulations, Higoki! Higoki, you are the winner. So we will get in contact you either on Twitch or Discord, get your information, and you are the proud winner of a Magpie game. So, but don't fret, everyone else. You have a chance to win. Please, I saw a few people entered earlier in the chat. If you have not yet, just once, Magpie Space Madness, nothing else, into the chat for a chance to be entered, and you a drawing will be announced on the 24th. And we have actually another one on the 31st. So you have 2 more chances this month to win a game. So again, congratulations. Hey, Goki.
Yes, if you enjoyed our session, this is your chance to get a copy of Passions de las Pasiones of your own. Some of the other games that I highly recommend from Magpie are Masks: The Next Generation for those wonderful Teen Titan emotional turmoil scenes, which usually get a little less spicy than what we have been portraying tonight, but are still really good fun. That they've also got Root if you feel like playing a bunch of fuzzy little terrorists out in a world of war and adventure.
In the
Really great
woodlands.
games. In the woodland.
Vagabonds, yeah.
Yes. They've got a lot of good stuff. And if you want to lean into a very unique story of feminine horror, Bluebeard's Bride is very intense. Play it with people you trust, though. So, anywho,
Oh, but
we're
wait,
back.
before
Oh,
we
there's
jump
more.
into that, one more thing. I just wanted to also shout out that this is also the stream is for charity. It is for the Trevor Project. And we are a goal of $1,000. And I just want to thank a few people that donated. Sir Kickin, Alto Panda 23. It's Ian, not Ian, and the Semantic. Thank you all very much for your donations. You are getting us ever closer to our $1,000 goal for the end of the year, very much. And our total is now $460. So thank you for all of those contributions. We appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
And now back to you, Zach.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, we wanted to make sure that you got the chance to see some of the long-term play potential of this game as well. As you can see, it works wonderfully as a one-shot, but it also has rules for sort of a mini arc, about 6 to 7 sessions. You saw some of that with our previously on. You mark one of those off each time you play, and then you keep getting more stuff building up. So at the end of each session, but we're doing it in the middle so you can see the results, you also get to advance. Now, unlike a lot of RPGs, characters in telenovelas don't tend to have sudden increases of power where you're going from magic missile to fireball or wish. However, they do tend to change over time. To represent that, we have a few advancement options for each of the players you've come to know and love and possibly hate. So each one of our players will be choosing an advancement option. Here are their options. They can choose a new move from their own playbook. They may choose a new move from a different playbook, whether that's in use already or not. You may change one of your conditions to eliminate a weakness and add a new one, or perhaps double up on strength. You may swap your question that, like, for example, Omar's, is this going to be fun for Ricky? Maybe they've become a little bit more straightforward and they want to take El Caballero's, are you acting straightforwardly and without guile? That's not what's happening, but, that could have happened.
Does that, sorry, did you say that replaces, or do you add that question and you get two
You
questions?
replace it.
Replace
Yes.
it, okay.
This represents you changing your character's fundamental approach to things. You could introduce a new NPC, but we're probably not going to do that with the time that we've got remaining. You start in control of them. You can take permanent control of an existing NPC. You tell us how you get their hooks into them so that no one can ever take them away from you. And you can also take some of the extras from other playbooks. Again, we're not going to do that because we don't really have time to make that work well. But if, Jacinta has turned out to be a schemy little person, then she could take schemes from the Dona's playbook, for instance.
Zach, I'm appalled. I would never.
Oh, you're right. You've never done anything wrong
In my
your
whole
life.
life.
Your whole life. So, we have a few people that are very eager to tell us about their choices here. Why don't we start with Sam? What's Jacinta's new look advancement?
I thought about taking a new move, but I think I've decided to take permanent control of Antonio.
So what you're saying is, I introduce him in the last scene, and you're like, I need that character. I love it. All right. Tell us how Antonio is so loyal to you that he will never listen to anyone else, not even his second wife.
Well,
Still my man.
Corazon might be my employer, but Antonio, I was his confidant. You see, not many people knew that he was sick, and someone had to sneak his medication.
Oh, that's juicy. All right. I love it. Omar, what's Ricky's advancement?
So, Ricky is going to be taking from the La Belleza playbook, Big Entrance.
Oh, God.
Nice.
Where I have plans for later scenes. And that's when you enter a room, you make a big scene, and they get a bunch of goodies.
Fabulous. I can't wait to hear all the details of that. And it's not like there's going to be an opportunity for something big and dramatic at a large gathering in the near future. Love it. Travis, what's up with Raphael?
Raphael is stepping into his manhood. He is stepping into becoming the alpha, and he is taking dangerously passion from the El Jefe playbook.
Whoa!
Dangerous
That's a
passion.
change.
When you angrily express your love, mark a condition to move a miss up to a 7 to 9 or turn a 7 to 9 into a 10 plus.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, we haven't actually had any expressing your love passionately rolls this game. I feel like it's time to change that. And Ray, what's up with Corazon?
I feel a little less daring by comparison, but I think I'm going to add the "you did what" move to my playbook. Basically, is adding the question: are you taking advantage of someone's shame as a playbook question? You may choose which playbook question to use each time you roll. So, there have been sins, and it's time to confess.
Fernando's not the only one who takes confessions these days. Love it.
We're in for
Okay.
it.
All right, y'all. So, when last we left off, we had seen the ghost of Antonio fleeing through the mansion, pursued by his personal demons, not just metaphorical ones either. And we cut to commercial, come back with a close-up of a mask, a white mask with horns, just the suggestion of horns curling up, and a single red bird in wax on the right corner. The red skin and curling horns betray that the identity of the wearer to be Justine. Oh gosh, I should have had this up. I knew what I was doing, and then I failed. Okay. Justicia Santina de la Notte is the one under the mask. She is the camera pulls away to reveal that she is not. Besides the mask, she is wearing what can best be described as a collection of black leather straps strategically placed, and the camera continues to pull back. We hear conversation as a woman in a latex suit approaches Justicia and says, "My I and my husband noticed your vibe across the bar, and we really like it." And the woman in latex is wearing just a little. She's wearing a mask with little kitty whiskers coming out, and a pair of cat ears. Her husband is wearing a top hat. She's wearing a bottom hat. And Justicia says, "I will consider your offer, but I'm afraid that the Antonio Escalante Memorial Orgy must continue apace. I have been selected to read the will as the executor of the estate, but talk to me later, darling. Leave the stiff." And the camera pulls away from this interaction. And which of the four of you does it focus upon next? The room is sumptuously appointed with red velvet couches and ottomans. Little conversational nooks have been set up. There are Jacinta, you are walking around, of course, with a tray of champagne. What does your mask look like, and what is the uniform for the servants of the house at this occasion?
I think I'm wearing a very, for this occasion, relatively demure, like teddy,
Mm-hmm.
kind of look like a baby doll teddy, pink, with a bunny mask.
Aw, so cute.
Yeah, I
Love
didn't
it.
pick it out. Corazon was like, "This is what you're wearing."
I was about
Yeah.
to interrupt you and be like, "You're wearing."
I was like, I'm dressed like a pink bunny,
Fabulous.
not of my own free will.
Aw,
Duh. Okay.
love it, love it.
I'm also doing something else while I'm passing out drinks, which is I am, checking, making sure everything's good, but I am setting out candles and lighting them in certain areas of the room. If anyone asked me, I would say it's for ambiance.
Wonderful, wonderful. How unsuspicious of you. And Ricky, are you working or attending as a guest tonight?
See, Ricky would not be involved with the reading per se. So Ricky would be at the party
Exactly.
currently, which is nearby enough, planning maybe something else as he notices people going into the will reading room. But he's wearing right now a more like a cowboy western outfit, a cowboy hat, but he has a mask, like a leather mask on with frills that dangle, as well as assless chaps, but the like cowboy boots variety, as he's going around and just kind of entertaining.
I have an idea.
Yes.
Based on the move you took,
maybe
we see you getting ready in this outfit. And I don't know if Fernando is there, rubbing your shoulders and telling you how good you look, but I think that's a definite possibility, because you have a fun move that involves arriving in a situation. So
definitely, I would not. As everyone's going in there, he is planning on arriving at this
Perfect.
will reading, but he's
Oh,
preparing
you're at the
for it.
pre-party right now. You're being
Mhm.
seen, but you're not taking control yet.
Mhm.
All right. Got it. Very good. All right.
I would say. Or sorry, are we going on to the next thing? I didn't mean to assume.
What I would like, but like while I appreciate the descriptions, I think it might be more fun if we start the scene and then we have people pull themselves into it. My intent here is for everyone to end up in the same place eventually, but I think it's going to be fun if we get those descriptions as they become relevant. So,
I have a
yes,
way to start it.
please.
I will. You see Raphael make his entrance into this space, and I picture. You remember Ever After with Drew Barrymore at the
Oh,
end? How they
yes.
all had like animal costumes, but they were sort of like masks. Like that's sort of what I'm picturing,
Mhm.
sort of like a masquerade like that. And Raphael is dressed like a sheep.
Oh,
You see what I'm doing there?
That's fun.
I do.
Um,
I do.
So
Yeah.
he has cute little like pink ears. His mask sort of is like cottony around his eyes, and I have like cottony sort of frills. I have like bells and sort of like sashes, like I'm a
Mhm.
sheep. But it's also what the viewers and the people in the quick flashback see. It's actually Velcro and rip away, and I have like
Yes.
a fur wolf chest underneath, so wolf and sheep clothing.
Nice.
And you see him go towards Jacinta setting up the candles and
Mm.
seeing her preparing, and this is like at the beginning or like just before the party and the guests start arriving. And I would like to say to Jacinta, ultimately I'm going to use my moves, size up or spot something out of place is my intent. But Jacinta, my brow is just feels heavy today. I feel this weight upon me, and I know that there are good times ahead of us, but I'm nervous for tonight. I just can't shake it. This feeling that we're in for something, and we're in for quite a ride tonight.
By the way, where is the silver sickle that you've been hypnotized to keep on your person?
It's in my pocket.
Oh, the
Or
suit
it's
with pockets.
it's in my costume. It's actually part of my sash. Like it's like tucked away, and like people think it's just like a prop for the costume, like
Perfect.
a shepherd and like a all of that, but
Mhm.
it's really the ceremonial dagger.
Love it. Perfect. So you come up to Jacinta and you're saying your brow is heavy, and
Since I feel troubled and excited, and just do we need these many candles?
fabulous. So have you been intimate with Jacinta recently?
I mean, I'm not ready. I was sorry. I wanted to like role play a little more.
Oh, please, please,
Yeah,
please.
I was hoping you were gonna talk back to me.
Yeah, I was getting there. Jacinta, I think, comes off as like much calmer than you'd expect her to be, given this situation. And she's like, "Everything will unfold as it should, Raphael. I believe in you.
Aw.
What has your brow so furrowed? You can tell me."
I feel like this weight in my heart is overcoming, and that it's my fault that there's just such loss in this house, and I can't help but just I see people coming in and our guests planning to arrive, and I want to feel joy, but nervousness and I cannot trust Fernando, he better not show his face after what he did today.
There are bigger things at play than Fernando.
Oh,
Don't worry about him.
okay.
Huh.
I hope that we end up on top. You know how I feel about you. Is there
I
anything
know how you
that
feel about being on top, yes.
Is there
I'm sorry, it was right there.
he bears his fangs. You see him sort of
Yeah. Thank you.
Is there anything that you need a hand with before the majority of the guests arrive and we start the reading? And as I say this, I'm sort of looking around the room. I'm sort of checking out what she's doing and sort of sizing up this space and trying to spot to see if there's anything out of place.
Interesting.
I
Is there
think she
anything you
looked-
need?
She looks concerned for a minute because you're just like being so genuine and helpful, and she's like, I have a confession to make.
You can tell me anything.
And like take you to like a darker nook where I know there isn't a secret wall behind it. Or I think I know that there's not a secret wall behind it.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm like pretty sure. I'm like 80% sure. It's been eating me up inside. I don't like keeping secrets. You know this about me. Antonio. He was sick. He was trying to hide it from everyone, but his body was failing. The body that he was in was failing.
The body he was in?
Well, he's not currently in one.
He's passed on, right? Isn't he now beyond?
He's in between.
Jacinta. He's in between? Have
He
you
made me promise.
How is Antonio in between? Have you talked to Justicia about this? Did she bind him?
I haven't talked to her, but I've talked to him.
And what does he have to say?
You're too involved already. I don't want you to be in danger. But before this night is through.
Justina, you need to know. He's my father.
No.
I am involved.
Amazing.
Well, he was like a father to me, but very much not so. The writers put that line in so everyone would stop fucking saying it.
Amazing.
Then will you join us? You could help. You could help bring this house back to order. You could make it right.
I do want to take this house back to order. I will make it right. Because I'm the new alpha of this house. He's gone. And I'm in charge. Will you be by my side?
I have to go.
Were you triggering the confession there?
Yeah.
I don't know if you quite got to how you had done something wrong.
Oh, I'm going to do something wrong.
Please?
Hope this
Okay.
helps.
Fabulous. So, are you in over your head?
Yeah. Oh boy, howdy.
You view Raphael as pure of heart.
not now. No, I don't. I super don't actually. I'm like, do you want to help me rescue him? And he's like, no. Hope this helps.
Amazing.
I'm like, I'm gonna right or wrong, and you're like, nah, it's fine.
Yes.
And have you invoked religion or family?
Oh, family, definitely. That's why I was like, he's like
Mm-hmm. Oh no!
a father to me.
Oh good. You froze up for a second, but you're good
Oh,
now.
sorry.
Okay, so that is a +2 to your roll.
Oh no, I dropped my die. It's fine. I have like 100 more. Give me one
Oh
sec.
no, I'm so clumsy. I dropped the dice.
Oops. No, that was real clumsiness, not performative.
Fabulous. Oh, this should be
I
good.
got a 9 on the dice. What do I add?
2. So
So,
you feel your soul
Another
lightened
11.
you feel your soul lightened and you get to clear a condition which somehow you didn't have 80 of, but you are more convinced of your righteousness by the moment here.
I'm
can-
the most correct, and you'll
Yeah.
all see.
As she's leaving, can I do my spot something out of place /size up?
Yes, 100%. Something weird is going on
Something
here,
up.
obviously.
So, I get to ask, am I handling things straightforward and without guile? I feel like yes. I confessed like the truth to her.
He really did.
Yeah.
I also, have you been intimate with this person recently? I think so. I think we were like pressed up in a corner about to like share details, and she was like, "I gotta go." Like, I
Not
feel
only
like-
that, there was a
Yeah.
whole funeral scene where you accepted each other as, yeah, 100%.
I mean, and then, are you free of other distractions? No, she just told me that she was trying to bring back my dad, like, that I don't want back because I want to rule. So that's a
Fabulous.
2.
That is a 2.
Come on. Oh no, I can't use this one. This one always fucks me. Okay, 6, 7, 8.
8,
Let's see.
perfect. Oh, this is a fun result. You still get to ask 2 questions. Jacinta, you get to ask 1 back.
Awesome. And then I also get to ask an additional question because of my playbook. So size up. When I try to spot something out of place, I get to ask one of these questions even on a misc. So I get 3 other questions added to my list. So I
Nice.
want to say there's what is Jacinta trying to hide?
Oh.
And
Gosh, a lot.
I would say
okay.
about like this specific situation, like with Antonio, and like what her intentions are. What is she
She's
hiding?
preparing a ritual to bring him back in the
Okay.
middle of this.
Okay. And
You know how there's that Facebook question of, if people needed to put 5 things in a pentagram to bring to summon you, what would they be? Candles and an orgy are definitely 2 of those things
Yeah.
for Antonio.
oh my god, I love it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The
I love
arrangement
it.
of the candles isn't actually what's important. It's just the fact that there are so many of them there.
There just need to be a lot of his favorite Bath and Body Works candles. Like they're not like beautiful pillar candles. They're like the big chunky jars.
The
that I'm
jar
putting
ones
out.
with the 3,
Yeah.
yeah.
And,
The
like, what's
eucalyptus
it,
and some cinnamon in
what's-
the other.
I was like, what's the moonlight scent from? Like it's like Moonlight Waters or something from
I
Bath and
think
Body
like
Works
the
did that one.
coconut lime verbena one or something.
Oh yeah, no, I've changed my mind. It's coconut lime verbena.
Coconut
You're
lime
so
verbena.
right. Yeah.
Um,
It's his
I think
favorite
part of the
thing. It makes him
ritual
feel
ha-
beachy.
Part of the ritual has to be a elaborate confession of love too, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And then so my other question is, how does your character feel about me? Like truly.
Oh.
Because I'm saying like I was spotting you out, and then I was honestly like, I told you the truth, you told me the truth, and then we were like,
Bye.
so how do you really feel about me?
I think Jacinta genuinely loves Raphael, but not at the expense of this house. And I don't know that she thinks that he is even-headed enough to lead.
So, would you say that you are disappointed by your suitor in this case?
Yes, I would say I'm disappointed by my suitor in this case. You're so
You-
right, Zach.
So that means you may immediately break the ties with them and choose someone else to take their place if you wish.
Oh my god.
Well, if Raphael won't help me, then maybe Corazon could use a new ally.
Ah! Oh my god!
I can think of a really good way to solidify your claim on this house, Corazon.
It's like, when these two baddies realize these boys ain't shit.
Oh my god.
Sam, please change your suitor from Raphael to Corazon. And Ricky, you are still on that list. You are just not currently.
You're also there.
Okay.
You are now yeah. So you now can decide between Corazon and Ricky who is your current love. At any time that you are intimate with or share feelings with the other suitor, you will swap that. In this moment, who is your love?
It's Corazon.
Mhm.
Fabulous. Okay.
I'm
Corazon,
trying to keep this house together.
Corazon, if you initiate that intimacy or feelings with Jacinta, you clear a condition. If she does it, she clears a condition. So, just to let you know. So, that's freaking delightful.
Goodness. And then I think you get to ask me a question now.
You do.
Hmm.
Man, what a 7 to 9. Jeez.
Gosh, wow. Yeah, we got so much out of this one.
Wow.
I love this game.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. So am I going to ask something so that my character has information or so I have information?
Your character learns this. They may not be asking it directly, but it's something that they now know from this interaction.
Then she's going to ask if he has the dagger. Because I'm looking
What do you have
for
of
it.
value or use? Yeah, that's close enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Although technically, Raphael, you probably could answer something else when it comes to what do you have of value or use.
Mhm.
But I think the intent is, do you have the dagger? You can answer the question as it's intended, or you can give something else you have that is of value or use that you think would be interesting here.
Okay, I'm gonna roll the die and see. On a 1, 2, and 3 on a low, I'm gonna give it so you get less information. On a high, you get more information. It's a 4. So the piece of value of information that you get from me was when I said I'm his son and I have papers to prove it.
Mhm.
I have the letters, so like maybe I pulled them out or pulled a copy of them out, or like said like there are blah blah blah, like, or at least reference them so you know that like I have something actually physically of value. And then I'm gonna say the actual dagger, I don't know that I have it. Raphael does not know that he has it because I was hypnotized, but I rolled a 4 on the die, and you see that Raphael put it as a part of his costume, and it's hanging on his hip, and you notice it.
Okay.
Wow.
You see like it's a part of like that was like part of your assessment when we were close, and you see like the costumes we put together. You were like examining me because you're also used to like helping Ricky, so you know how to like know how to analyze and closely inspect a person. And we'll say that you thought it was like just a piece of costume junk, but it's not. You absolutely recognize it as the dagger, and I just have it like sort of tied on like a piece of thing, but like I have no idea why it is, and maybe you also can't pick up on it, like why is he carrying it around so nonchalantly.
Fabulous. Let's see. I think this is the point at which Justicia claps her hands, like throws open the double doors, and says, "The time has come for the reading of the will. Let all those who wish to bear witness join me here. And she like turns and walks away. Her forked tail swaying behind her in an appealing manner. And sort of goes up on a small stage, and there are it's darkly lit. It's got, it's very overdramatic. It's in fact a little grotto area underneath the mansion itself. There's a small waterfall that's coming in and flowing through a pre-carved area of the floor. She walks over the bridge and stands under a petrified tree. Puts her hands out, and a scroll appears within them. And many of the attendees begin filing into the area. Some of the more impatient ones have begun to take advantage of the couches in the main area, where others have begun triading and otherwising into the more private rooms in the area. But there's still a significant number of people moving into this area. Corazon, I'm assuming you're one of them, yes?
Oh, absolutely. Corazon has mostly been sitting and very much observing the room for a while, just in like this sheer mesh robe with like a red with like a little bit of like faux red trim. Is basically the only thing that's doing any concealing whatsoever. And whenever the Justice Santina calls folks into the room, she takes her foot, and of course she's wearing Louboutins because the red sole matches her robe, and taps at the seat, and it unravels to figure out that there is her seat was in fact two full latex suit clad individuals who carry her into the next room instead and set her down because, God forbid, you know how delicate Louboutin soles are. Like, no, we don't want to that.
Can't scuff them.
Yeah, and once she is settled down in a seat at the table near the petrified tree, they leave the room wordlessly, and she's there.
Amazing.
And yeah, it's for the whole point. I think at some point she would. I don't know if Ricky was in there already, but
not yet.
Not yet. No. Okay.
He was roaming around the area that you would just left.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm thinking like at some point, like on the way out, she would just kind of like give like a knowing glance to him.
Oh.
Yes.
On the way over, like yes, because like I know you've done a thing for me, and yeah, an actor, and just I will make it worth your effort.
And I believe that what he gave to you was if you directly confront Raphael, you get a free +1 to do so. From that offer that you made. Is that correct?
That sounds
yes,
right.
that is correct.
Excellent. All right. Just wanted to make sure we had that on the table. Good. All right. Jacinta, are you entering the area as well?
I'm
Raphael?
already at Corazon's elbow, offering her a drink.
I take 3.
Yeah. I would like to manipulate a superior.
Oh yes?
Yeah.
How are you doing this?
I'm going to lean in with the drink and say, Corazon, I know we've had our differences, but the house is at stake. Are you interested in hearing more?
Interesting.
I'm on the side of this house. And who would be a more responsible keeper? And I don't think it's going to be one of these men parading about like angry boys.
All right.
Ooh. Okay.
Your questions. Are you in over your head?
Yeah. Oh boy.
I feel like you are. Like, there is no way that Corazon would not be a little suspicious. Like, girl, I know how I treat you, and it's not with respect.
Have you caught them in a good mood?
I think, yeah. Corazon would be in a good mood. Would be going into this definitely more confident than she would have been, like, the night before, like before talking with Ricky.
You got an ally on the on the inside. You've got someone coming to you, like asking you to team up. Yeah, that's.
I bet it would make you in a good mood that I was like supplicating myself in some way too.
Yeah. Like you should.
I've recognized the real power in the room.
You should be appealing to Corazon. This is true. Yes. or trying to play up. Yeah.
And does Jacinta's well-being directly affect Corazon's?
No.
I didn't think so.
Not
Okay.
really.
Definitely no.
Jacinta.
Like if you have something that is useful, then Corazon would be willing to entertain it.
We're moving in that direction. It's not quite there, yes.
But it's not quite. Yeah. I am. You've opened the idea. Like, this is something I could consider, but she's not really like convinced yet.
That's fair. Okay. So I get what, a +1 from catching them in a good mood.
And a +1 for being in and over your head for a total of +2.
Do I get a +1 from suitor? I'm strengthening this relationship.
I agree. Yeah.
And that we're gonna have one at all.
Jesus.
Thank you for inviting me to this game. I'm having a good time.
Good.
This is great.
I'm loving it too. All right. Yeah. So that is going to be a +3 that you're rolling with to. Yeah.
That would be a 12.
Oh, good lord.
Damn.
All right.
I'm keeping these dice forever.
So they give into your wiles and agree to do it, and all you were asking was for them to hear you out. And so that feels like something that we can build on. I think it's actually kind of interesting, though, if this is the part where Ricky makes their entrance at like right after Corazon, like sort of gives some indication of acceptance, and then we just like cliffhanger it for a second, give Corazon time to think about what she's gonna say, and have Ricky drop whatever nonsense they're about to do on this party.
Oh, yes. So you took the words right out of my mouth. So the moment before Ricky gets on, everybody will be in the area, and the person who's about to stepping up to the microphone to announce is beginning to speak. And as they are doing their spiel, with the light shining on them, Ricky kind of appears in this elaborate ensemble of like, it's like silk,
Yes.
like just this like sensual skin tight silk outfit that droops over him, like a combination of flowing pajamas almost that's see-through. And then you just can't quite, because it's on television, you can't show all that. But yeah, so it just kind of covers everything, so you can't quite see it. But it's a lot to see. As you kind of just pushes them aside, or just kind of grabs them and said, "Well, before we get into all of the readings of the will, I have something that I feel that must be said. Something that I have to get off of my chest." and give a wink to Corazon
Oh my.
as I invoke my move that I just got
Uh-huh.
called Big Entrance. So I would hope, and then depending on how it rolls, depending how well this comes off. So I would like to do the vote first, and that's a
Absolutely.
vote for each person in the room who you've been intimate with. I've been intimate with Corazon. I've been intimate with I would say Raphael.
Yes.
And I mean, I have naturally been intimate with Jacinta, but I don't know. Can we count Jacinta as well? I mean, we had that moment, but it's mostly like.
I think that wasn't recent enough.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't close enough.
Recent more intense, yeah.
I will say that that Fernando is
there?
in the room as well. Yes.
All right.
Like if we want to put a little supernatural juice on this appearance, I think your new boy toy might have done you a little favor and had you step out of the shadows. He let you ride along on his power there for a second.
Oh yes.
Nice.
So everyone saw me enter with the power and the grace of an elder vampire. So
Hell
that would
yeah.
be +3 then.
Indeed. Indeed.
All right. Ooh, that is 4 on the dice. That's 8, 9, 10, 11.
Oh my. So on a 10 plus, you have seized control of the room. You get a +1 to everything you do as long as you keep attention on yourself and don't let anyone stand in your way.
All right. So.
And also just that's a 10 plus effect. You keep control of the room. Just on a regular hit, everyone you've been intimate with is surprised, frightened, or confused.
I'll let you all choose how you feel as Rickett continues making his way down and walking into the crowd. Before we go and read such delicate piece of what's to come, I think some things should be revealed. Last night, I was visited by Raphael there. I point over to Raphael, and he confessed something to me. Raphael, I'm sorry, but you can't hide this any longer. Tell everybody the truth. Tell everyone what you really did to Antonio. And I'm trying to now invoke the hypnotism.
I did it. I killed him. But
There you have it.
no, it doesn't feel right. No, he's also my father. And
You killed your father?
I just reveal a shocking truth.
Amazing! Oh, dude, okay, I'm going to, before you reveal a shocking truth here, Ricky, I need you to give me a quick act with desperation to tell me how this is not, because to keep control of the room, you need to keep attention on yourself. This might be pulling attention from yourself here. This might have gone a little too far. So, roll with the conditions you have marked currently. Or, sorry, what situation do you want to avoid? Or are you okay with losing control of the room?
No, not at all. I need to keep control. What is this?
Can I help?
There isn't really a help action in this
Oh,
game.
it's not real help. I mean roleplay.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna go, Ricky, he has the dagger on him. He's armed.
Oh, God. Amazing. Okay,
I would-
yeah, that's good enough. Raphael, go ahead and do your reveal a shocking truth, and then we'll get down to the oh god, he's got a knife.
Yes.
Okay.
So what? Say again.
Oh, okay. So you. Oh, okay. Technically,
was the
reveal a
order of-
shocking. So reveal a shocking truth is usually about a different PC, not yourself.
Oh, you're right. That's fine. I can change that. Instead of doing the reveal a shocking truth, I would rather stand up and be like, I do have, I'll jump to the, like, he has a knife, and be like, I did kill him, but I received letters from him and information, and I don't recall it, but what do you mean this knife? And I want to like pick it up and have it like singe my hand. And
Yes!
and I'll be like, I couldn't have killed him, and I'll drop the knife to take the
Amazing.
vicious condition, or hold it and like burn my hand and then drop it, and then like
Amazing.
king 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 king, and it actually drops, and it's at the feet of fucking what's his name, at the feet of Fernando. And I'll take the vicious condition to like break out of the hex and be like, no, he told me to do it. I can't even hold a weapon.
Amazing. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Good question. Because if you remember from a previous role, I learned that there is a way to make sure that he could be framed by the special gloves that will allow a werewolf to carry this blade. Can I use the flashback to say I planted evidence of these gloves on him, like not only that, but out of his pocket maybe.
So what I'm hearing is this is the exact moment when his sheep's clothing rips away, and we see that as part of the wolf outfit underneath, there's a pair of black leather gloves. Let's see how well this goes.
Yeah. Okay. Did I have plenty of time to do it? I mean, I had all night to set this up. Yeah. Did you have someone looking out for trouble? I mean, and then a lot, and then as I point to what I'm about to do, I'll look at Corazon and I'm like, this is it.
Yeah.
This is it, Corazon. This is the big reveal. This was the actual thing I want to reveal, the proof.
Yes.
So that if that it, and then that would be 2.
So we almost like, are you thinking like
Yeah.
we almost kind of tag team it? Like once you wrest the vest
Raphael.
away from him, you like throw it to me, and I make a big show out of like shaking the gloves out of the pockets.
Oh
With
god!
it onto the table.
That's the plan.
Travis, you always get the craziest finales.
Come on, miss.
Okay, and don't forget your playbook question. Is this going to be fun?
This is good. So, oh wait, and then, oh yes, I remember. I want to reveal one last thing.
Oh god.
Okay. I already completed before my moves that secret heart feature, because I already proved to Jacinta that I loved them by giving this in. So then I had to choose a new question, but I want to keep prove to love, but this is all a ploy to prove that, to get Raphael to become who he was again, so he can this is me trying to no, you're going to release all that carnal, like you turn into a puppy. This is let that rage out. Show me who you used to be. Show it to me.
God.
So
what you're doing is you are saving Raphael from a terrible fate of becoming boring.
Yes.
My god.
So and then so then I'm now, that is now my because I'm going to complete that, I'll get another +1, or no, 2.
Yeah, total of 3, because you had a yes to both of the earlier questions, and you are acting in pursuit of your secret heart, which is to get your friend to be a badass again.
And I kid you not, I rolled double 6s, or anyway, but I just
Hell
wanted to
Oh
see
my god.
I wanted to see how big of a number I can get it.
Amazing. So that means on a 12 plus, pardon me. Sorry, was that flashback to preparation? No, yeah, it was flashback to preparation.
preparations.
So, what are you choosing? Did you fabricate a piece of evidence, stow away something hidden, or waiting for someone to be in the right place at the right time?
I stow away something hidden, and in his sheep's clothing comes out these I can carry silver blade gloves that Fernando told me about.
Oh yeah, obviously these are Fae-made gloves. They are protective against cold iron, and as a side effect, they're protective against silver. So, yep.
And Corazone's the one's pulling it out.
Amazing. Oh man. Okay. Fabulous. Oh wow. So the fun thing is, I think that might be where the episode actually ends, right there on a cliffhanger.
Actually, can I do something?
Yes.
Let me spice this up and add. I can't leave it hanging like that. I want to use. I'm gonna, as Corazon shakes out the gloves and throws them at me, I'll say, I've never put these gloves on, but if you want me to be the big bad wolf you want, then I will. I remember the fairy wars, and I know what you want. I don't. Jacinta doesn't care about me. Corazon doesn't care about me. You care about me. And I'm going to like lunge at Ricky and like jump on him and say, I remember the times in the Fae barracks. And I will dangerously, passionately, angrily express my love and be like, why are you doing this to me? And like beat his chest and also kiss him.
God, yes. Okay.
Fairy werewolf orgy.
Wow.
The fade to black episode.
Amazing.
Can I just say, can we see during like all this fracas, as you guys are bumping into stuff, the dagger falls to the ground next to you both?
Oh, of course. Yes. Amazing. Yes. Like totally setting up the next episode there.
Yeah.
Just for fun, why don't you go ahead, because I really want to read these questions, for Express Your Love Passionately. Raphael, are you dressed to impress?
I mean, I'm naked now, so yeah. They ripped my clothes off, and I'm bummed. Yeah.
Omar, do you believe Raphael is single?
Yes. Yeah.
And Raphael, are you acting openly and without guile?
Yes.
Go for that. All right. Hell yeah. Get a +4 on your roll.
I have 7 on the dice, +4 is an 11.
Oh my god. Okay. So, last move of the episode is my favorite move in the game. Well, after maybe face certain death, but last move of the episode is you get to choose, Ricky. Do you give yourself to Raphael, or do you reveal a secret that you probably shouldn't? And also, you must tell them if you love him or not, and who else you love. So this is the cliffhanger that we cut the episode on.
Yeah. So you want me to say it and then cut cliffhanger, or cliffhanger and I don't say it?
No. Like, you say it, we get the reaction, and the episode just fucking ends before the will's read, before the ritual happens, before anything else, and everyone screams at the TV and comes back next week. So.
Oh, yes. So, I'm going to get pounced upon and look in that one moment, and our eyes are locked, and it's just hot and sweaty in the area, and then my frills and all that starts to rip apart and all that, and it's just this passionate moment, and I'm gonna give myself to him completely, and this is carnal pleasure.
And then, do you love Raphael?
Yes.
And who else does Ricky love?
Still loves Jacinta.
Amazing. So as you give yourself body and soul to Raphael in this moment, like there's this clear connection that these shippers have been waiting for so goddamn long. And then we just see in like Jacinta in the background lighting one more candle, and your eyes travel to her for just a moment before they return to Raphael's, and we hear the snap of a match, and the episode is over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Y'all, thank you for playing Pasión de las Pasiones, the telenovela role-playing game. I hope you had a good time, because I certainly did. We're going to end with a little ritual that I really enjoy called Stars and Wishes. For intense experiences, emotional ones like we've just had, I find that it's very helpful to have a little way to come away from the awesome character that you just connected with and got hurt and excited over, and come back to yourself. So I'm no longer going to be referring to you as your character name. I'm going to be referring to you by your own name and asking you about your experience. For each person, I will ask you to give 1 star to another player at the table. Tell them one thing they did that you loved or hated, but loved to hate. Something awesome that you're going to walk away from this remembering. And give me a wish. That can be something that you're like, there's this one thing that I wish we'd gotten to, or that had gone a little differently, or that like, if we were going to keep playing this is what I want to see happen next. Does that make sense to everyone?
Mhm.
Okay, we'll start with Omar. What is your star and wish, please?
All right. So many stars I wish I could give out, but it's a tough one. But there was one moment in this camp and this session that was just like, it was kind of just like a fantasy for me. It was when Ray and I had that scene which that like we were trying to figure out how do we make into the fiction that the Fernando had the knife, and I'm just like, I know how to do it, and then you had mentioned it and I don't think you realized, and I'm like, so this is what really happened. Was we predicted you would say yes, and then we already played it, so the audience saw something that happened first.
That was fun. That was great.
That weird inception. I'm like fluttering it up, but like that was just some weird coincidental serendipitous stuff that I was just like, that's super cool. So yeah, definitely that. So kudos to you, Ray. That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And a wish.
I guess my wish is to see I don't know, maybe like a flashback to the fairy wars and what really happened. Like we get like what they keep alluding to, and then all this, like we had this kind of tension at the beginning of the episode, so like saying like, you remember the Fae days and all that stuff, and like now at the end he just admitted to it, like I remember, and then we had this. So I want to see like a flashback episode.
So basically what you want is for the next episode to not open on the orgy. You want it to open on just a Vietnam style flashback.
5 years ago.
1000% is what I was thinking.
I so wanted you to say, Zach, I wanted you to be like, you don't want it to open on an orgy. You want it to open on an orgy in the barracks.
A
different
orgy
in the barracks at the war.
You don't want it to be
this just like the old days.
That's what people always say about the show. They're like, come for the drama, stay for the orgy. Just like True Blood.
May I go? Because
go ahead.
Kind of like a really similar. My wish is, if you don't mind me starting with that, is sort of a very similar. I really like very very similar to like just having like the flashback, but also like I loved how it was also kind of like a flash forward. It was almost kind of like a
Mhm.
time jumping montage, and I could just like visualize that from like an editing floor, like how they
Mhm.
cut different bits to like make that work. And I think that is something that we would just kind of have to work on as we played together more, to kind of get a feel for how that works. But I love the idea of using those time skip montages to tell the story in a
Mhm.
particularly dramatic, like really like painstakingly paced set to like yeah, you have what I mean.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that was so fun. It really was.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, and
And a star.
and my star, actually, I really want to give my star to Sam, because
Mhm.
I absolutely love how you've been like just playing Jacinta as playing the other characters, just like really milking the like very to me as an audience member, like just seeing you like, oh yeah, she's just playing the whittle o' me bit, but she's playing it in such a good way that it almost makes her a villainess unto itself.
Mhm.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, so I really like kind of like how you've been taking that trope to its extreme, of like not just this damsel in distress / somehow Mary Sue at the perfect time kind of things. Like, no, she actually is like making you're playing the character such she is making moves and not just
Mhm.
reacting.
Mhm.
Okay.
Delightful.
Sam, why don't you go next, and then I'll finish us out and close us out.
Sure. I think my star is for Omar. That last scene, your big
Mm.
entrance, threw
Oh,
so many wrenches in it. I also really I feel like we had a few moments where we're like, how could we set this up to screw us both in the scene? Like, what's the messiest way we could do this? And like, we were like on the same wavelength on that a few times in ways that was like really fun and dramatic. And I really appreciated like feeding into that energy.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah,
so
it was good. I think my star would be what I was trying to build towards, and what I would want to like allude to, or like even maybe like in the Fairy War episode, that would be cool if like that's when the dagger's first seen or something like that. Like,
Oh,
and like maybe
yeah.
like at the end of that episode they talk about like the soul snarer or something like that. Yeah. And it turns
Yeah,
out that the
good.
last person killed by it is stuck in the in-between until the next person is killed and their soul can inhabit that body.
What?
Because it's a one shot. What I was really hoping to do is
That's
have
amazing.
him be the one who killed himself because his body was failing.
Oh
was going
my
to
god.
hop into the next
wow.
person.
Yes, that's
Oh,
my
wow.
gosh!
A
Mhm.
possession.
Wild.
I
I
like
think
that.
that would be fun.
I agree.
So it's like a flashback episode that would be like more context and background for Ricky and Raphael's relationship, and
And then it gets a
the
sting
nature
at the end.
of the Chekhov's gun kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
that's so smart. That's so good. Yeah.
Damn, that's fun.
Oh, that's so
Okay.
good.
Oh.
So
Oh, let's see. Oh man, I want to give a star to Ray for grabbing onto that villain ball and just being like, yeah, everybody come at me. It's okay. I'm the head queen bitch of this place. You're going to have to ally with me or fuck me over, but you can't ignore me. It was a really strong choice. And you walked out of here with a lot of conditions, a lot of people trying to manipulate you. And I, like, as a newer RPG player, you handled it like a champ. I really enjoyed your take on Ladonna. Without El Jefe in the mix, she often does end up the primary antagonist character. And what I really enjoyed, like everyone else has been saying, is how everyone grabbed onto the morally gray ball and was like, this is not one of those happy telenovelas where like the good person gets what they want at the end. This is just someone from Game of Thrones got a hold of this and made a telenovela, and it was freaking delightful. So, my wish, I guess, Oh man, I just really, I really enjoyed the way that we ended up playing Antonio. I would have liked to see him get more than just a reaction shot of lines. Like basically, I just want to watch like the first season and a half of this show when he's alive and being a fuckboy and but like oddly charming, and see what that would be like, and then maybe killing himself to get a new body. What the hell? Amazing.
You made it supernatural. I just got weird with it.
Thank you. So that's me. Also, just before I let this go, wanted to let you all know, when you're running this, when you're doing Stars and Wishes, try to make sure everyone gets one to begin, because otherwise it can get a little hard for your last players. They've been doing beautifully with that. But then a lot of times at the end of the night, people are like, "But wait, I had more," and that's fine too. This is how you cheat as a GM. You write down what their stars and wishes are, and then you know what they liked and what they want to do next, and then you just do that. And they think you're a genius. So have fun with that.
And I'm last. I want to give you a star, Zach. Thank you so much for shepherding us through this so eloquently and making it so easy for us to play this game. One of the awesome things about the Magpie games is they're not very difficult, but it still does take some skill to sort of weave, and it's so awesome when we're just role playing and you're like, it sounds like you're plotting, it sounds like you're scheming, it sounds like you're manipulating, and then that really makes it less anxious of a experience. So thank you for that and building the fiction with us, because it's been awesome. Ray, thanks for adjusting to like the curve, because I know I was supposed to be like your little bird, but without LM here, I felt like we needed to shift up the dynamic a little bit and have a little more contention. So I was like, I'm gonna be your little bird and then bite. You know what I mean? Like, so thanks for being so fluid with that, and I really appreciate it. And I've had so much fun in our scene together. Sam, I thought our like our confession to each other about like totally not being on the same page and being like,
oh, never mind.
Oh, never mind.
Yikes.
I totally thought that's like lovers that are like about to get married that are like totally on the same page, and then they're like, they actually have completely different life goals. Like, sorry, like good thing, like, whoo, miss
You want to have 6 children? No, goodbye.
How do you think we have a new pack?
Dodge
We
that
have
bullet.
litters.
Yeah, litters, lots of litters. So I thought that was a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed our back and forth. And then Omar, it's always a pleasure role playing with you. And as a gay man, I love me some gay hot sex. So planning and scheming and doing the whole fairy wars, like alluding to behind the scenes, and there's drama from the past that we can bring up. I loved it and had so much fun. So stars to everyone, and my wish is like Zach to continue this and sort of roll back like into the season right before this and sort of see all of this get to this point, because I feel like this monster madhouse is just pure and total insanity, and like it's like twist after twist, but I was there and I saw that you were there. So I feel like
we need to write the prequel season. Yeah.
I see
This was like the mid-season sweeps week finale.
Yeah. So so that was my wish. But yeah, I had an awesome time tonight, so thank you all so much. Any last words before we wrap up from our lovely cast here, where we can find you, where we can catch you, if you wish?
One thing I'd like to say is sometimes this looks harder than it is. And I will say, after my time gaming, that just finding people that are excited to try something is 90% of doing this. And if you're the person who's wishing that you could play a game, a lot of times the best way to do it is to just go get one of these little $40 books and try it for yourself. Here's the funny thing: you hear about forever GMs, you don't have to be one. I play so many games because I have such a wonderful little community of people that get to make things up with me, and I love this. Like it truly did feel like just being the director of a little telenovela and getting to sit back and eat the popcorn as you all got increasingly comfortable with things. I especially wanted to call out Sam for an extra star here, where I started like being like, "Hey, is this what you're trying to do?" And you're like, I've got more role play here. At that point I knew, okay, everybody now is good with the system. I don't really have to call this out anymore. I can just sit back and enjoy the ride. And God, that moment's magic. I love it. So yeah. Again, you can find me at Zacnatius on Instagram. Feel free to follow me. Don't post that much, but every now and then you'll see my cat or my workout pictures. And every now and then I will stream on Twitch. You're always welcome to drop in. So see you around.
Awesome. Any other socials to share before we sign off? Or Tailweaver?
Well, you can find me now finally at Tailweaver Omar. You can go to Tailweaver Omar to find me. And of course, at Tail D20s, we're going to have a lot more shows coming up, and we have some cool announcements that will be coming at the end of this. So stay tuned on the 31st when we do our last zombie world that I will be running. Ooh.
Sam, we know it's catch you if you can, and you're a Tale of D20s Discord only fan. So thank you for coming, and no need. And Ray, do you have any socials you want to share?
I'm Lady Raven, and here on Twitch, and just Raven with an underscore on Instagram. I don't really post all that often. I lurk everywhere.
I know, I'm a lurker too. I'm absolutely the same way. And I am Zendark, your resident wizard here at A Tale of D20s. And again, from A Tale of D20s, thank you so much to all of you viewers. We raised a bunch of money for the Trevor Project, so please donate. Don't forget Magpie Madness if you want to be entered in next week's chance to win. And from the first chapter to the last page, goodbye everybody, spread love, and we'll see you next time.
Bye for now.